friends, good evening. This is your host Ankit joining you from Delhi, India, and we have Kimberly Calhoun joining us from North Carolina. We have Nicholas Palaveda joining us from North Carolina, United States of America, and we have Willie Hill from Australia down under. And good morning to all, and good evening to Willie. Maybe good night. How are things around?
What time is it in Australia, mate? What time is it there?
It's midnight.
Midnight?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay. So startups start at midnight then? Is that what's going on?
Yep.
Really?
Well, no, we just never go to sleep. People don't understand that, do we? None of us
Ankit, what startups are going to show up today, do we think?
We have a couple of startups lined up today. We'll start from an entrepreneur, a female entrepreneur from LA, Serene. Serene, and then followed by we have a voice bot demo from Gravitas today. Ketul will be joining.
From where?
United Kingdom.
So I got somebody from the US and the United Kingdom today. Okay, great.
Who's from the United Kingdom?
Aarsh will be joining us doing the voice bot.
Okay. Yeah.
And then, we have Ben Coates also joining us discussing about startups in United Kingdom.
What about his daughter?
She will join later on, on a podcaster's day. So maybe we are still finding out the best suitable time for her. Accordingly, we can set it up. But it looks like a good jam-packed session with different industries covering around. So, and we have a balance of India, United States, and UK today.
Oh, yeah. Okay, good.
I've tried to reach out to some people in Australia, but because of timing and things like that, they are not able to show up. And they're not.
Come on, these Australians, they got to learn to work between midnight and 6 in the morning.
Willie,
you know? Hey, wait, Deepak, Ankit, is he going to show up today?
Deepak must show up. I think Jordan is already there.
Let's bring him in. There's Jordan.
Jordan.
Let's bring in Jim.
Hi, Jim.
Morning.
Okay, yeah, Jim is in Silicon Valley, and
Jordan,
morning for me.
I believe there's some slight issue with Jordan's camera. We can't see her clearly.
Okay, give me a second. I might be able to help.
Oh, well, we know how to give you a second. Just we'll show you how we do that. Isn't it great, Jim, to have all that power in your hands?
Remind me never to say, give me a second.
Hey, listen, this is the great thing about IBM TV. If you don't like what the other person's saying and you're arguing with them, it's real simple. Just get rid of them. There's no problem with that, right?
We're all waiting for a vaccine, right?
Yeah, we're waiting for the vaccine.
There we go.
Jim, you got to remember this since you run the. Hey, how often is your show anyway on IBM TV? What are you doing? Once a week?
Yes. Once a week is the idea, and as long as I don't get canceled, and so I'm staying on the good graces of everybody who has canceling power.
Oh, okay. All right. Just want to make sure, I was just curious. Wait, where'd he go? Oh, wait. There, I had him.
I invited all of Nick's friends so that I.
That's pretty short. I guess you didn't have to worry if you invite all my friends. You
Nick's friends are check about 20,000 or more, and then Ankit is 1.3 billion. So and
1.3 billion friends over there. The mate over there only has about 24 million in Australia because there just aren't that many people there. A lot of land, though. Hey, Jim, if you want land spreading out so far and wide, give me that Australian countryside.
I'm not much about walkabouts. I don't do walkabouts anymore.
Walkabout there, you'll be dead because either the kangaroos or the Western taipan will get you, or if not, the blazing heat of the Australian outback.
Yeah.
We should have.
Willie, is it true that everything in Australia is poisonous?
A lot of the insects are. And yeah.
Yeah, it's a deadly place to live. I mean, the people have to be very hardy just to survive. They all run to the coast. No one goes in the outback. The outback is like, have you ever seen like Mad Max? It's like this movie, these desert with all these
Yeah.
vermin around. Okay, and everybody goes, "Oh, he's going into the outback. He will die. He's not coming back." I mean, that's the outback.
Crocodile Dundee was our first true introduction to
Oh yeah,
I
Crocodile
agree.
Dundee. That was
wild
the idea of what
and-
Australia.
and craziness. You know,
Yeah.
what a beautiful story that was. But it really, I think, engaged people to want to know more about Australia. If you didn't already learn it in school, that movie was really, to me, one of the most biggest kickoffs for Australia. And I love it. It's made you want to go. You know, made you want to go see that. But Australia is got a lot going on in the business sector, right? The startups.
Absolutely. The South Australian government gave a $50 million startup funding to South Australia. That's a state between Victoria and Western Australia. They scored $50 million.
And Western
That's a lot of
Australia
money.
is absolutely huge. I mean, the thing is, it's like
That's
half
a
the
lot
continent.
of money. That's
is
a lot of
Western
money.
Australia.
I'm going to Australia. Can anybody come?
Yeah, we
I'm
should do
jumping
that.
state.
We should do a startup over there.
Let's do a
You know, that
startup.
would be a good
We're
thing.
going on TV. Let's talk about something and get it going, and then
Well,
we'll
let's see if Jim is ready to come back on, because he's invested a lot of money in startups. Jordan has yet to lose money in startups, but give her some time. She's young. You know, she'll find out when she puts her money in, money no come back. That's called startups.
She doesn't have to walk my path. She can
No,
walk
she
her own.
doesn't. No.
Like we know, 85% of the startups that are invested in will fail. It's not if or maybe.
Oh, 85, and you're being generous.
Will
it's like
fail.
95%.
And, you know, our goal and mission with this programming, we were taking Money Masters to a next step to help people learn how to be more successful in startups. Willie's very successful. I am so impressed with the fact that even during COVID and the lockdown, he shifted from one business to the other. That's hard to do, but he did it, right? He stuck to his guns. He kept doing his homework, and he kept coming on the TV show every day too. So you can't just sit there and say that, oh, nothing good's happening to me. You got to get out there and find it. You're going to fail, right, Willie? There's going to be a lot of
Absolutely.
Yeah, you got to get used to that failure. Hey, Alexander Starr just joined us from Canada or Moscow or wherever the heck he's from. Alexander, you got a big chess event coming up. Is it this Saturday with Alexander Shirov? Is that what's going on? Is that this Saturday?
This coming Saturday, it will be probably a world's event where people can predict the moves in a real game online played between two very strong grandmasters. One of them is a successful book writer and won many tournaments. And another one just happened to be at one time world's number 2, right behind Garry Kasparov. And he won the right to challenge Garry Kasparov in a match for the World Championship. Unfortunately, for various reasons, that match never materialized. But he's still very strong, young. He was born right after Fischer beat Spassky in a World Championship. So you can calculate, I guess, how young or how old is he. Depends on your taste. And,
He's young.
Yeah, and so people on IBMTV can watch this match. Actually, we will start half an hour earlier. We will start our program not at 3 o'clock, but at 2:30. And in the first half an hour, I will explain exactly as they're going to see on their screens when the game will start at 3. So they will be well equipped, they will have all the knowledge that they need, and they will have a chance if they never registered on chessstars.com and they want to predict moves. And they want to win money because there will be several cash prizes. The first prize is $50, US money, of course. So therefore, people who want to have a chance to win $50 and use this money for a successful startup, well, that's their chance. So they will have a playing money, they will invest in their favorite startup, and they will have a lot of fun. Now, since today is a startup program, I'd like to share with you some thoughts on a startup idea. Okay, first of all, the only startup have to be even considered those that are so screaming with the new inventions, new thoughts, something completely incredible that you just, regardless what, you just feel that you must do it. And if you don't do it, your life is not complete and you will never be happy again, or so on. So you just must do it. Okay, that's great. Now, before you go anywhere, you have to present your idea. Even if you will tell about your startup to your grandmother, she will ask you, "Oh, wonderful, can you send me something?" Oh, something to send. Oh, so you have to write down something. Now, when you've written down something, and what is it, 1, 2 pages, your grandma will ask you, "Hey, you what you sent to me? I don't understand what's happening there. I would love to give you some money. I have a couple of $1 million here and there, but I'd like to understand how it works, what's return on my investment, and how I can be protected. What's the risk factor?" Oh, risk factors, risk, return on investment. I will not know what the hell, grandma, you are talking about. So now you'll be wise to get her $2 million. You'll be wise to hire an accountant. Perhaps you will need a lawyer, Nick. Maybe you're available. So you will, even before you make your move, even before your grandma will give your lousy $2 million, you will spend about $50,000 just to get a very basic material. Probably not even a business plan. Although there are some people in coronavirus time may do it on cheap, and maybe you'll do a little business plan with that as well. But maybe not 50, probably $75,000. So if you have any money on your own, okay, you'll start with $50 thanks to Chess Stars contest, but you will need a little bit more than that. You'll need more than that. So let's say you have somewhere, say, $20,000. Here's my suggestion, and get serious about that. Learn a little bit about gambling. Go to Las Vegas. There's a city called Las Vegas in the state of Nevada, which will open in July. Go in a city by the name Las Vegas and play your money until you make out of your $20,000. You need triple your money. For tripling your money, you need about 3 days of heavy playing. So eat well, sleep well, and gamble. Once you get $60,000, take your $20,000 out of it. $40,000 you put on the line to prepare some presenting material for your grandma. Do everything else. And when everything will fail and your grandma will tell you to go to hell with your invention, then you'll still keep your $20,000. You're still in the game. You're alive.
And
now
you got
can
your
go and find yourself a job. Okay?
Right. And you got your blessings. But what I want to share with everyone is Sasha came up with this idea, right? And he had planned it and he had built it and he had pulled it together, whether he bootstrapped or borrowed money but he had a vision and a dream and a purpose and he built it. And it's called Predicting the Next Master's Move or Guessing the Next Master's Move. And it's a fun game to play. You can go out this weekend, learn how to play. All you have to do is if you go to IBM.TV, there's a link there that you can click on to go to chessstars.com, or you could go to chessstars.com. But we have our shows listed by days on IBMTV. So on the front page, you can scroll down to where we are. You will see that we have listings. And what's nice about this is you can scroll through it and watch past shows as well. So you can scroll through and see the past shows on Saturdays that we've had. But if you scroll through on Saturday, there it is on June 13th. You can click on that but it's not going to show you where it's going right now. But anyway, it did it? It did do it. Wow, I've never had that happen before. Okay, so
tell me, what's the starting time? I don't see indication of a starting.
I'm sorry. We'll have that changed, but you can go down and click on it, and it's going to tell you what time it starts. 3 p.m.
Okay, we have to change it at 2:30.
Well, the show starts at 3, so people can. You want to start?
I need them at 2:30 because I have to explain people what they're going to see.
All right. Well, there we go.
I don't say it's a gamble on my part because maybe there will be only 3 or 5 people, maybe even less. But anyway, I'll take a chance.
We will change the time, but you can log in. But if you go to chessstars.com and register, you will get some rounds, and then you can start guessing the next move with the crown.
By the way, Kim, participation is absolutely free. There is no charge for participation in the contest, and you have chance to win a good money prizes.
That's
cash
right.
Prizes.
There you go.
That's a proposition, okay? Take your money and run.
Sasha, even if you don't really know how to play chess well, you can give them a partner, right? Stockfish can help them choose the moves.
That's true. There are 3 hints of the top playing computer program by the name Stockfish. And you can use one of their hints to select as your prediction. That's true. Some people do that. There are live commentaries. And also you see the board, you see the game. So there is a wealth of information right in front of you. There is no cheating because all information available to all, and all people can use it to their advantage in predict the move. And it's still not easy to win this contest. I've done it a couple of times, but I don't understand how I did it. I think I was lucky. I think nobody knows algorithm, how to use. Even our friend Michael Hofer, who also won a few contests, but he never, ever could predictably win it one more time because he really wanted. He was trying so hard, you can't even believe it, but he just couldn't. And we had the Grandmaster Gadir Gusenov. There is a top prize of $2,500, of course, in U.S. currency, available to those who can win 10 contests in a row.
Wow.
Gadir Gusenov made it 9. But he never got any money because he lost the 10th one.
Your odds are better than Vegas. But Nick, you just missed it when you beamed out. You missed Sasha giving startups the best advice to $20,000. Go to Vegas, eat well, sleep well, go gamble for 3 days. You'll make $60,000. Go back home, put that $20,000. This is what I like about Sasha's idea. Take that $20,000, put it back over here, and save it, spend it on your family, make sure everyone supports you with your startup, and use that other money for startup. And that was I have ever heard for a successful startup plan. I'm serious.
Well, Kim, but you, I think you missed an important point. You missed an important point that whenever you have your invention and you told your grandma about your invention,
exactly.
And grandma asked, "Oh, could you send me something?" So you start to tell you, okay, you send some page and a half. Grandma says, "Okay, I have my lousy $2 million. How can I invest when I don't understand the risk factors? I don't understand return on investment. I don't understand anything. Can you send me something, my grandson?" Exactly. So now you have to hire. You have to hire an accountant, probably a lawyer. Nick, if you're available, you may do that. Okay. So you need about to spend probably $50,000, and you won't even have a business plan yet. However, now with coronavirus on the cheap, you may get a little business plan, not really a good one, but at least something to say a big package business plan. So now you have all that. Now you can send it all to your grandmother. Don't count on your $2 million yet, but okay, you have a fighting chance at least.
Well, Kimberly, what I got out of Sasha was that do your startup with other people's money. Las Vegas is money.
Yeah.
No, but my point, what I just described, exactly means start up with the other people's money.
That's what I got.
Because no other ever be available to you without business plan, without presentation, without CV, but like something, and that something requires help. You will never be able, because you can do it all yourself. Forget about startups and just do other people business plan and so on. You'll make way much more money, and you don't need to go to Las Vegas to gamble. Then you have all your money and work. But then you see, do I really need this startup? Ha ha ha! Of course not. I'll help other people with their startup. It's only cheap.
Sasha is correct, though, that you need to get your plan together and you need to execute, whether it's go to Vegas and get the money or but make sure that you have enough money. And he is darn correct. If you do the business plan, you need to hire good resources, whether it's an attorney, which I always highly recommend if you've never done a business. I know I do. I don't ever say don't hire an attorney, but they're expensive. Also hire a good accountant. If you don't know accounting, hire somebody, because do not start a business and not know the financials. Do not do it.
We have somebody who's about to go to law school, Jordan.
Right. Jordan,
you got accepted to the Rutgers University School of Law. Is that correct? Is that what happened?
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Share with us. You had a full ride, folks. Share with us what you've been doing during lockdown.
During lockdown, I was at first working for a bit, but unfortunately, along with many other people who are young like me, I was laid off. So now I'm just working on projects, doing a lot of gardening, spending time with my family. So it's not so bad. I have a plan at the end of it. So
the plan is to go to law school and bail out of the economy. Admit it.
That's right.
Yep, single-handedly.
Okay, so you got 3 years of that. Now, have you read the book 1L by Scott Thoreau yet?
No.
Okay, here's what you need to do. You got to write this down. There's a book called 1L. 1L, for those people who don't know, is your first year law student. Okay, you're considered a 1L. You want to go buy that book. It's cheap. You can buy it on Amazon. It's an old book. It's about the adventures of a first-year law student at Harvard University. Unfortunately, I read it after my first year. It would be better if you read it before your first year of law school. And your counselors should have told you that a long time ago, is to read the book 1L before you go. But they don't tell you anything. As a matter of fact, that's the great thing about university. They spend 4 years telling you nothing, okay, about things how things actually work. And you got your degree in what? Was it political science?
Yes, that was for undergrad. I was in PPE, politics, philosophy, economics.
Okay, political science. Now, why'd you get a degree in political science? Why did you get something useful like engineering or business administration or something like that?
Well, my university didn't offer engineering, so that was probably out of the question then. But as far as political science goes, it's always something I've been really passionate about, and I just figured that it would be a good opportunity for me to learn about that sort of field, whether it was more policy making or becoming an attorney or, being a diplomat, something, along those lines. A lot of those classes kind of teach you kind of an intro to public service. So I figured that would be a good place to start.
Yeah.
Jordan, sorry, may I ask you just one question? Please explain to me what is the difference between political science and science of politics?
Well, science of politics, that could be, could you argue that maybe that could be like the statistics behind politics? That could be, I guess if it's whether like voting analytics or algorithms. And political science itself could be the study of politics. So that's like more of an information behind it. I guess kind of the concepts behind it, the theories. So it depends on, whether you want to focus more on the statistical part of it or the actual content.
Okay, that's really wonderful. Nick, please go ahead.
Okay, so you're going to go to law school for 3 years, and once you get out, what are you going to do? What's the plan?
Well, hopefully the economy is a lot better. So it will be easier to find a job. But to be honest, I mean, I want to practice law for a little bit, but that's not something that I want to do my entire life. I'm hoping just to figure that out in law school, figuring out what kind of particular area I'm interested in. I would like to do something in international trade, maybe a white collar area, perhaps, but I'm just not really too sure yet. So.
Oh, and international. Let's skip over to Hong Kong. Speaking of which, international, Rakesh, you're over in Hong Kong. What's going on in Hong Kong? Do you guys need lawyers over there, or because of the rift between Hong Kong and mainland China?
Let's just say we need law for starts.
That's cute.
Okay, I'm not going to say anything more.
Just need law. Well, we could send you some lawyers. We have like 1 million of them over here. Would that help if we send? We have like 1.6 million lawyers. Can we send like 1.5 million that we don't need over to Hong Kong to help you guys out?
Do you need any of them?
Oh, well, I don't know. If we give them visas, I'm sure they will come. But,
I'm just joking.
Without laws, we don't need lawyers.
So, yeah, I'm just joking. I just think that, of course you need lawyers, you need law, you need all of that stuff. It's well, I was just joking. Every society has its own rules, and I like the question. The science of politics versus political science. I've had 2 sisters who did political science. One of them, became a housewife, and the other one became a teacher. So it's that was an interesting question. I thought, in my opinion, the science of politics is a lot to do with understanding human behavior on a large scale, while political science is literally what are the laws connected with politics in your particular country. I thought that was the difference, but then, hey, it's semantics. It can mean the same thing also. So, I just, it's something which I don't know too much about, but this is what I guess was all about.
Speaking of politics, let's go to Moscow, Canada. Alexander Starr, who knows a little bit about it since he was raised in Moscow and then went to Canada.
Canada in politics is not very exciting place to discuss, because so either you fully support United States or you support them only 90%. In the case of Trump, you support him 20%, but that's okay. We'll go over it. We'll go over that. Now, Moscow. I don't think there is any politics or any science in Moscow. There's just none.
There isn't any.
Have that. They are specializing in revolutions. You see, Russia is a country of revolution. You see, they love revolutions. The first revolution, the second revolution, the 55th revolution, they just love it. That's their really specialty. Now, speaking about the political science, I don't believe these 2 words actually can be even glued together. You can talk about perhaps a political history or a history of politics. Okay, I'll take that. But science? Are you kidding? What kind of science of politics you talk about? And you say you studied it for last, 7, 8 years or 11? It's incredible.
But see,
You
but
make me
it
laugh.
sounds good. I'm a political science major rather than I'm a political pundit major. Come on, Sasha. You
What
want
is
to
science?
sound good.
Political science.
Science major.
You know, all political science and 75 cents will buy you a cup of coffee.
Oh, I realized that when I was 19 after getting my degree in political science, because I said, that's what you need to do, get a law school. I was going, wait a minute, that's what you need to go to the unemployment lines. You're listening, Jordan? Okay. Political science is your ticket to the unemployment lines. So you better go do something
I have a
else.
thought.
Actually,
I think it's a
Gordon,
wonderful
next
question.
The only thing what I would allow is to
better
have
go
a
to law
special. I would like to have a special line in an employment office for people with political science degree because they do deserve better.
Political science.
I did have
Jim.
one idea that I think was an excellent question, Sasha. And, you could say about political science, you can also say that about history majors. But when I heard your question, I immediately thought the science of politics is the study of forces. We have the laws of thermodynamics, and we study the laws of physics. And so the science part of it, I think, is what are the forces behind politics? And I think you might have to read Dark Money to understand the forces behind the politics.
Yeah,
is that true?
And if you get people to pay you for that and knowing stuff like that or making things up, then that's great. The real problem with the political science degree, you have to go to law school, Jordan, or you're going to end up in the unemployment lines. That's the reality of that degree, but they don't tell you that.
But aren't you talking about liberal arts? Liberal arts in general?
I would say liberal arts in general. So let's go to somebody who actually got a real degree. Heather, you got a degree in a real subject, did you not? Tell us what you got your degree in.
Yeah, I got a degree in liberal arts.
No kidding. Oh my God.
I can solve this real quickly. Watch this, how you solve this. There we go.
Made my day. You made my day.
The power of host.
She ruined my fun. Okay,
power of host.
I'll bring her back. Okay. All right. You got liberal arts. Then what did you do, Heather? What was that?
I've been in engineering and technology my entire life. So
there we go.
It was kind of a sneak attack. I actually had almost with one semester left to go in an astronautical engineering degree, when I realized if I'm not going to be an astronaut, like what is the use of that? I completely started over and got a BA in mathematics, which is a liberal arts degree. So I can do theory of math. I can create new maths. So normally you get a BS in math, but I got a Bachelor of Arts in mathematics, foreign languages, and then helped to found companies and worked with the government, worked in game design. So because you have that math theory, which is really good for chess, and you think that way. So that's what I've been doing.
Heather, tell me please about foreign languages. Do you speak Russian?
Нет. Just a very few words, but I've worked with many wonderful Russian R&D people over the years. A lot of my favorite development teams and developers have come from Russia. In fact, my company Evernote, we started in Russia. So that
Very
was,
good.
yeah. So
were you able to beat these people in chess?
No, but they've always been very kind. And I've learned a lot of new opening gambits from my Russian friends.
Gambits, perfect for startups.
Yes.
We definitely will sacrifice something to make anything.
Heather, so tell me, what's your idea? What kind of startup would you like to do?
Oh no, I'm an advisor. I've been advising startups for many years. Right now I actually work with the Air Force to help airmen with their ideas and help them become startups. So
what kind of ideas airmen have?
Good for you.
Yeah, so airmen actually run into really interesting things. So, for example, most recently, we were able to fund an idea that for example, on the flight line, they're loading things into cargo planes every day, and there's like this one piece of the I don't know what you call it. When they're moving these cargo pallets onto the plane, they get jammed a lot. And if that thing is jammed, then the only way that they can keep those pallets on the plane or get them onto the plane is either have a lot of men actually, and women are not strong enough to do this, like move these 2-ton pallets onto the plane manually, or until a mechanic can come out, which could be months, they have to have this entire pallet holder just out of use. So what these airmen decided to do was they got their hands on a 3D printer, and they created a little thing that they attached to it, and if this thing got jammed, they could still ram the pallet onto it, and it was it would still be in service until it was really fixed. And
Wow.
they calculated out that in airman hours and in it was causing the Air Force to lose like $1.2 million a year in airman hours, plus around $6 million in lost cargo. So by just printing out around $6,000 worth of parts, they were able to save $7.5 million. So,
wow. It's even cheaper than hiring illegal immigrants to do this job.
Oh,
Yeah.
Sasha.
So by creating a new LOE, a location a new place in the Air Force for coming up with 3D printing and innovation in this area. We threw money at that for innovation areas like that. And so they only needed $6,000, but it took them a while to come up with that idea that they did on their own time. So that's the kind of thing that I help them do.
Okay, so
Well,
do you
Heather-
consider that this is a startup? It's just an improvement of a certain process, which could be done internally.
They call that a pivot. It's called a pivot
Pivot?
when something that's not working and you pivot to get a end result.
Yes.
So when you pivot, you're doing a startup.
I would call it innovation rather than startup.
And also we
Yeah.
can implement the same we can implement the same process to all other airports and all other airmen across the world as well. I mean, that's
Well,
how
what they wanted the money for was not just to create that for that type of aircraft, but they wanted the money to start up a company inside the Air Force to look at other ideas that needed them to. So they, rather than having to do this on like volunteer time, they wanted to be able to then interview other people that were having similar problems and then create these designs for them and then continue to save the Air Force money and scale it out.
So how much money did they raise?
So we were able to earmark, I think, $250,000 for them just to start as a test pilot. And test pilot means a little bit different in the Air Force terms, but in our terms, like as a pilot. And then also like we were able to give them access to some good prototyping machines that already existed without them having to wait months to get access to them, because there are long queues for that. And then if they can find other things that are valued for their time, that need their time, then they'll be able to be in charge of their own department, and they'll get promoted, which is the Air Force's equivalent of an IPO.
Tell me,
Yep,
Heather,
yep.
in order to do that,
shit.
did you have to prepare a business plan and an investment proposal and presentation? And did you do all that?
Yes, and they had to go. We had to help them prepare a pitch and a deck and a business plan, and then they even had to go for a pitch competition, which was streamed live, and they had to go in front of the head of the chief of the Air Force. So they had to get there were contracting officers there. In previous years for this competition, like we've had Mark Cuban be there to explain to them like what was valuable about their ideas and stuff. So
Okay, tell me please one thing. In order to prepare all that, did you investigate a question of possible conflict of interest between them, their startup, and the place of their employment?
yes, so and that's a very good question. When you're dealing with the government, especially like in the U.S., and I've dealt with this otherwise, in other countries as well. You need to always see if there is a conflict of interest between the people that are offering the service and the company that they're trying to work with. And that doesn't mean that you can't offer that service. It just means that you have to declare that you have that conflict of interest and then work it out appropriately.
Yeah, as long as you declare that there is a potential of
One of the things I'm seeing in the future with the traffic jams, how do you get first responders to the site? In the future with traffic jams.
So actually, we're running a challenge right now. We're in the evaluation phase, where they're working on digital twins. Are you familiar with that concept?
No, I haven't.
So digital twins is something that I've been working on since my game design days, where you. It requires a lot of data. So data scientists are involved in this, and game designers, because you need sensors throughout a smart city to understand like how traffic is flowing.
Yep.
And then you can do predictive analysis on where people will flow at any given time. So then when you see if there is an emergency, how to redirect traffic. And then you can also, with all those with all the sensors, with all the controls in the system, you can turn the lights on so that it's all green for the responders to go and avoid a traffic jam.
Okay. No, I was thinking of given that the congestion, what is the downtime for the accident, and that to sort of be effective with all smart city concept. What is the downtime between accident happening?
I live in Las Vegas, Nevada, and we are already our downtown is already a smart city grid, and they're already lighting up the rest of the city for that. And they've actually, because of COVID, the last 3 months, they've been able to jumpstart about an extra year because people haven't been on the road.
Absolutely.
So they've been ripping up the streets to get all the sensors in all around. So it's really different cities have different levels of how fast they're doing this, but we're the 10th largest city in the United States, and if other cities are on track to this, the level of congestion isn't going to be so high for traffic jams. And they'll be able to reflow. Like one of the things just outside my house, less than a 5-minute walk, you can get to a highway, and right outside there is a sign, an LED that they can update and tell you need to take this alternate route. It updates right away if there's an accident on certain thing. It tells you to go over to the side of the road like miles ahead of time, so that you will avoid.
Okay.
One of the things a lot of people are not aware of is Vegas is the hub, the home base of all of the major conferences in high tech. Okay. The world's largest is CES. So they're going to cater to the intelligent part of smart cities. They're going to cater to implementing these things. And what a brilliant idea when nobody's driving around to get out there and do it. While everybody else is sitting around going, we can't do anything, our hands are tied. But Vegas knows this. And when you talk with Gary Shapiro, who's the CEO of CES, and you speak with some of the other people who run the big conferences, and you talk with Vegas government, they will tell you, because of technology, if they don't support it and push it, then they're not going to have the money that they get every year from these 150,000 people conferences. Correct, Heather?
Oh yeah, and we had Elon Musk has been having the Hyperloop built in, or sorry, the boring company, like whatever he's calling it now. His boring tunnels have been created underneath Vegas all during this. They've all been connected, and they're just tunneling away this whole time. And our Virgin Hyperloop 1 has also been connecting us to LA. So it'll be a 45-minute train ride to LA to avoid traffic on the weekends for people.
So you have this direct link from LA to Vegas?
Yep.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
What about San Diego?
Wow.
Yeah.
San
Not
Francisco.
yet. The first one is going to be LA to Vegas.
Okay.
And it's only a $19 round trip flight to San Diego from here. So.
Oh yeah, I keep forgetting that.
Yeah.
Well, see, my favorite photographer and filmographer is in San Diego. When I go to Vegas, I like to bring him in instead of somebody from Vegas because I trust him. But yeah, you're right. It's no more than $50 to fly him back and forth. So you're right. But I'm sitting here going, wow, a train ride, because trains are kind of nice if they're the high speed, really comfort trains. You can sit and do a lot of work. It's better than driving, way better than driving.
Absolutely.
And wow, that is so cool. So this is Virgin that did this. Everybody was thinking Virgin was kind of down and out because the airlines kind of didn't go anywhere. You heard all these rumors about Richard Branson not having the money, and then you find out this is what's going on behind the scenes. Wow, this is great. Great story. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
As a civilian entrepreneur, now I've done a lot of government contracts, a lot. But are there ways that a civilian can get in and be a part of the programs that you're talking about? Like, I know that you're working with the Air Force, and I think that's awesome. Somebody's teaching them. But are there ways civilians can become part of these smart city initiatives? And how do they do that? Because we're not all part of the military, but we would like to be part of it.
Absolutely. So one of the things to do is for the Air Force specifically, they're always running challenges at afworkschallenge.com. That's AFWERX challenge.com.
We got writers. We got writers. You even got me writing because I go to FBO.gov and so because I'm a registered bidder, but I didn't know about that. So say that.
And so you're mentioning FBO, and so we do post these on the FBO, but the problem is a lot of people are they aren't GSA contractors. Right. They don't know how to go through that process. They may not be in business for 2 years yet to be able to even start that. So like as an entrepreneur, if you have an idea, it's daunting to try and go through that GSA bidding phase.
As a business, big business, it's daunting.
Yes, it is. So on AFWorks Challenge, we run kind of like a pitch competition. It's like we only look for a small amount of information. I mean, we definitely want something that is demonstrable. Like you need to have something that can be implemented and prototyped. But it doesn't have to be full scale right away. And so it's a really good foot in the door kind of thing. And it's a quick way to process. you into the military.
Are they taking bids now, or are they taking applications now?
So I believe we still have one of our challenges open at the moment that may be closing next week. But we are always running new challenges. So so just keep checking that site to see which ones we have open. And each branch of the military has its own version of this. So we're like, this is AFWorks, there's SpaceWorks, there's Naval Works. I mean, there's all, like, you can find the version of this for every branch. Now there's also something called a SBIR, an SBIR. Now these are grants that the government gives you. And there's different phases of these, a SBIR phase 1, 2, or 3. For this, any business entity, when partnered with a research team, like it can be one investigator. So like you just have to have one person that is affiliated with a university signed on, and then you can just apply and say, hey, I have an idea for. Now these are, again, it only takes like 3 pages of writing so like 1,500 words basically, and some supporting documentation as to how you can answer this call. It is not difficult at all compared to the FBO process that you need to go through.
Oh yeah, the FBO is huge, but
yeah. Well, because you have to give all the line-by-line budget items.
Oh, I know.
You have to say, like, if you, like, I am asking for exactly this amount of money, I will do exactly this with it. And then if you get granted that, then you can't change that. Mm-hmm. My first government contract that I got, well, I didn't have any say in it. I was hired to do a job for 1,000 hours for a specific thing. It took me 15 hours to do that job. And then I was like, okay, give me something else to do. And they're like, no, you have to keep coming in for the next
1,000 hours.
Yeah. So I kept having to come in. So I just started just basically living at my office there, because I'm like, I'm just going to keep clocking in, because they didn't care as a contractor what my hours were. They just needed me to time it out until they could give me something else to do.
Well, but there's something that you'll learn about is if they don't spend it, they lose it. If they don't document that if that time was valuable, then they lose that. So they can lose their money and their options to bid for more people if they don't use it. And if they don't use it to a maximum plus 10%, then they don't get a bigger budget next time, because they can get a bigger budget if they. So that's how the military works. It's not about smart budgeting. It's about how far can we keep going. It's not about making it stretch or saying, okay, we finished this, let's get her to do another project for us. It's not about that.
Right.
Kimberly,
a
quick question about startups. Whenever we solve a problem or maybe something with government or things like that, as a startup, as an entrepreneur, we always look for a new problem, and then we can build and then we can work on that problem as well, because that's how a startup works. I mean, while solving a problem, we'll find a new business, and then we'll look out for that after solving the first problem. So while working with government, or while working especially with Air Force or airports and things like that, would you have get a chance to look out for new problems to work on?
For myself or for other people?
No, for yourself and for business. I mean, I'm talking about new businesses. I mean,
so
while solving
so
business, you end up getting new businesses.
Yeah. So on my own, I have my own business, and the thing that motivates me right now, though, like I've been in business for, I look young, but I've been working for a long time, and right now my main project outside of work and helping other people is actually helping other people. I have a nonprofit, and in that it's while people don't think of nonprofits as businesses, they absolutely are. You still need to make money like any other business. You still need to have a business plan and figure out, like, how am I going to keep the lights on? How am I going to pay people? How am I going to cater to the product that I'm selling? So yeah, so my startup at the moment is a nonprofit.
Okay.
So that's awesome. I mean,
What is the difference between a non-profit and a profit startup?
Excuse me?
What is the difference between a regular startup and a non-profit startup?
So, okay, both of them are corporations. So you still have to incorporate a nonprofit. With a nonprofit, it's a different kind of mission. You have to declare what type of business that you're doing. It has to be for a charitable goal. And there are, there's very specific things governmentally that you need to do depending on what country you're in. And you have to have a board of directors that you register with. You can't sell shares of a nonprofit, which is different from a regular corporation. So there's quite a few differences. But the closest thing, if you were not a nonprofit, but you wanted to be a kind of socially responsible company, is to be a B Corp.
yeah, B Corp is good.
Okay. Quick question.
Hard to
I see a lot of acceptance of how a system works, but doesn't somebody address the situation where you finished something in 15 hours, and then you had to clock in for the 985 hours? Why is it that it is just accepted? Rather than something that because you're working with the people that organize things. So why is it that nobody works at fixing that?
Oh, they do. And that's why that's one of the reasons why. So that was one of my very first jobs, and I was so flabbergasted by it that was how things were. But I wasn't in a position to question it because I was just a lowly contractor. Now I'm working from within as a much higher level to be able to change things. Like a couple of weeks ago, I was helping to reshape the officer accession process within the military. So, because right now it takes over 2 years for somebody to get promoted, from the time that they're looking at being promoted to the time that they actually get promoted. And in that time, they could get a job offer outside the military for a lot more money than they would ever make, and they generally just take it and go. So the military loses a lot of great people to outside influence because it takes so long.
Military brain drain is what you're saying.
Yeah.
So the other tiny question. Very sorry, Kimberly. Just one question.
No,
why are they doing these hyperloops underground? Why don't they do it overground?
They're doing both. They're doing both. So Elon Musk is doing underground, and Richard Branson is doing overground.
Oh, wow. That's interesting. Did they flip a coin? That's what I want to know. Did Richard and Bezos?
I think because Elon Musk is going to, they're both going to space. So, one of them's like, "Hey, I want to go under."
My next question is a little bit political. So, both of them, who is supporting Trump?
Who supports Trump the most out of both of them? That's
I don't think either of them.
I have to agree with her. I have a question for her though, because I think I'm a little bit older than her. I probably know I am, but we both saw the same struggles. And when she said that when she first got into the government and to do her first job, you didn't question things either because you were a female. You didn't want to ruin any opportunities you could have moving forward, because even back in 2005, less than 1% of the women had government contract bids. And that was 2005. I don't know how much it's changed since then, because I quit looking at the statistics because it was exhausting me, and I would just go after jobs and say, if I get one, fine. If not, but I don't know if you looked at all of them, and you work really hard, so you earned where you are. There's no doubt. But a lot of them, I finally gave up because Obama came in and he said, look, we're going to hire at least 20% more women. We're going to make that happen. We're going to put that we're going to do 20% more. And they went and changed the bid policies. I think I could probably find a copy of one. And in there it said that the only way they would hire you is if you had 5 years experience in the contract. You know this game. So it was very hard to do what you did. And I commend you, because as a woman coming up in the industry, I don't think people know or realize the struggles that were put in place and the challenges that were put in place for women to get where you are today. So congratulations.
Well, thank you. And that actually brings something interesting. Whenever a job interview is posted, people just put ridiculous things in them. And I mean, I saw one the other day that a friend of mine posted, and he asked for 10 years of experience in a programming language that's only been around for 2 years. And I was like, what? What are you doing? And he was like, well, I wanted to see if anyone's actually going to read this. And it's a filter to see who's going to lie. Because if somebody claims 10 years of something and I know that it's only around for 2 years, then they're lying and I'm not going to hire them. I'm not even going to interview them. But so that made sense. But still, I mean, they're ridiculous qualifications that people ask for in a lot of these things. But when the psychology behind this is that, like, when you see a job posting that has all of these requirements that are so over the top, a lot of women are just like, well, I don't have that, and they won't apply. And like a lot of guys are like, oh, I don't need that. I can just bluster my way through the interview. And then they just use confidence and they get in the door and then they get the job. And like, whereas women just see like all of those and they're like, well, I'm never going to get that interview. And then they just don't apply. So.
But you did. I did too. And I got contracts because I said, screw it.
Yeah. I mean,
what are they going to do? Say no?
Yeah. No? I mean, like, heck, I've got engineering jobs with a liberal arts degree. And half the time people were like, oh, how is this person a computer programmer with a liberal arts degree? And they wanted to hear the story. And then I went in and I was like, well, I actually do have the background in engineering, and I've been programming since I was 8 years old and all that. But I mean, it's a badge of honor to me that I have a liberal arts degree and I've done all this.
So yes, but what it shows is persistence, right? Yeah. It just shows getting out there, not giving up, but also taking that chance, even if the odds are against you, even if the job description isn't everything that you think you are. Just like she said, there are guys who say, screw that. I got the confidence. I'm going to go in and get it. I saw a lot of men get jobs just because they did that, not because they had an ounce of experience to do the job. And I think maybe after watching that for years, that's where I got that attitude from, because I'm like, well, I could have done that. The job description didn't list that, but I could have done that job. So I think you're right. I think women, and I'm glad we had this conversation, because one of the reasons why I sit on the board of advisors at NC State University's computer science department is so many of the women were dropping out of engineering a lot. And that number has been reduced in the past few years. But a lot of it was picking my brains. Why did you survive? And I had no answer to that, other than I just got up every day and went to work, and I never knew how to take the word no very well. And you're the same way. So what? I got this kind of degree. I can still do this. And that's what people don't understand is you've proven that you can learn when you have that degree.
A point that I had that came to my mind. A point that came to my mind, that is smart candidate reading an advertisement like you just described, where a language has been around for a short time and then they're asking for more experience, will say, what kind of idiot wrote this advertisement, when I want to work for him?
That's a good one too. I
would ask that question straight off.
Well, the kind of thing that I would do and the kind of thing that I have done is I would write back immediately and be like, this has only been around for 2 years. And then you start a conversation with the person.
Exactly.
But I got my first job out of college. Well, my second job out of college, because my first job was as a flight attendant, which thank God I did that, because I'm an engineer. I'm very introverted, in my shell, kind of troll under the covers person. So if I didn't do that, I would never have like this
understanding of human beings. Yes.
but I only did that for a very short time.
The selection process is a two-way judgment.
It is.
It's not just the hirer, judging the hiree. It's also the hiree judging who the hirer is, because he's putting the time of his life into that job. And if somebody cannot even write an honest advertisement, which is focused on the job and is putting all these elephant traps in it, I wouldn't want to waste my time with it.
Right. And you're highly intelligent, and I live with a brain, and that's how they would, and I agree with you. But Heather and I, we are women in a very challenging field for women, and sometimes we didn't have that option. And we would look at the jobs and go, okay, maybe I'll try for as many as I can get and hope to get one. She mentioned something the other day that I haven't heard in years. I'm not going to bring it up. I think it made Ankit laugh hard because he couldn't believe it. He goes, what? But it's the honest to God truth, what she said. And it reminded me of because sometimes I have a tendency of forgetting all the hell I went through. And to get where I was, to become a lead engineer on the first fiber network project in the United States was not an easy task. To be the only female and first female in many positions and hired into a Japanese company in the United States. I look back now, it wasn't easy. I just didn't look at it as anything other than it was my job. But a lot of people had to struggle. And I forgot about that phrase you said. And, should I tell them? Is it okay if I share?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. When you entered into this industry, you were told what the men say is that you're either going to succeed, you're either going to be a bitch or a hoe.
Oh, okay.
That's
so,
it. That's it.
I'm
You're
sure
one middle ground. You're either a bitch or a hoe. And I know this is going to be taken down because I said that.
Well, but now the more PC version, and it's not much more PC, is you're the bitch or the bro. But
better. I would like to be a bro. I mean,
yeah. So
sis, why can't I be a sis? Can I be a sis?
Well, no, but the idea is that like the one of us is like just gets in with the guys, they hang out, they play games, they drink beers, they do all that. And the other one is like, I'm me and like I belong here and blah, blah, blah. So like it's so I mean if you think of Hillary Clinton, like that's one side.
Yeah. But this is what I tell people in her shoes. I used to say this to the engineers, not in her shoes. This is what I say. Before you condemn that woman sitting over there, walk in her heels for a week, work in her heels for a week. Because back then we had to dress up in suits every day as an engineer, and women wore heels. We didn't wear flats. There was no such thing as flat dress shoes back then. So, and I would always say, walk in her heels or work in her heels for a week.
And that was another reason why I'm so glad I started out my career after college as a flight attendant, because like I remember on the first day they told us we had to wear makeup, we had to wear pantyhose even under our slacks suit. We had to wear heels when we were in the airport, and I'm like, well, I'm from New York City, so like wearing suits and stuff is like wearing makeup, that's normal.
Yeah,
But I mean, like being told I had to for work, suddenly like my rebellious nature was like, I'm not going to do that. So I did everything I could. Thankfully, my natural coloring, like I got away with just wearing colored lip gloss, and they didn't know I wasn't wearing makeup.
Wow.
How did they verify these things? How did they verify whether you wore pantyhose or not? I mean, that's ridiculous.
Oh, they did.
They
Yeah, they
actually check. Good grief.
Yeah, my roommate got kicked out because she wasn't wearing pantyhose.
You're living in a time warp. This is 14th century.
No, but hear us out. My mom was a flight attendant, so I know the rule. She had to keep her waist at a certain inches. If she
I know people who have been flight attendants, and I think this is the information age. Why in this day and age? Why are we talking about these things? It's just astonishing.
Well, you know what?
But I'll tell you, I would like to interrupt. I'll tell you, if you have some issues with flight attendant, welcome to India. You should use our airline. We have Air India, and you'll find, ladies wearing saris, and they are doing all kinds of traditional makeups and things like that, and welcoming people.
Oh, I mean, it's better in America now, but
it's a little bit better. But can you find me in this picture?
The most awesome thing, and I can't even imagine that I've done this. And
I've had pantyhose.
But people don't realize this about flight attendants. The thing about the training for them is like you have to go to recurrent training every year, and like a flight attendant needs to be able from a water position to pull themselves on by their own power into a raft. That is like your own body weight from water into a raft. Like to be able, so like these, like I can't even like do a pull-up now. I can't remember that I was like strong enough to do that. I certainly can't do that now. But back then I was able to pull like throw a 75-pound door and pull myself.
Yeah.
Like,
you were expected to walk like a lady and lift like a man.
Yeah.
And the engineering was the same way. You were expected to look and walk like a lady and lift like a man. And no, I get it. But no, and yes, we are living in an information age. I think it's a little bit better. Majority of the women that I find that are happier are the ones who branched out to become entrepreneurs. That you no longer work the corporate world and you answer to, and things changed in the corporate worlds, especially like when we saw Jeannie Rometty take charge of IBM. Wow. Okay. But boy, did she get discriminated against her first week because they wouldn't allow her into the IBM club at the golf club. Like she wasn't allowed into the same clubs because she wasn't a man. And I don't know if anyone remembered that. So she had her own discrimination challenge the day she took hold of CEO at IBM. So things haven't changed much. There's a mask out there, but I don't know about you, but I find that it's refreshing to be my own. So,
which is why IBM is yesterday's brand.
It's yesterday.
IBM is yesterday's brand. It's really, look where it was and look where it's come. It's like Kodak.
Exactly.
Although, you see today what IBM came out with. I don't know if you talked about this before I was on, but they've said they're stopping all development in facial recognition.
Yep. Why?
Yes.
Why?
Yeah, because they said it's discriminatory and they don't want to be associated with it.
So do you know
it's the
how
one
much
connected with
about
black
it?
people. I think
Yeah.
it was the facial recognition connected with black people, if I'm not mistaken. That's what I read in the
That
headline.
happened with Google. That thing happened with Google basically. So Google had the facial recognition, where if you put a picture, it will replicate you and give you the name or the person, or they can also share a lot of images from the database. So that happened with Google. They shared one of the pictures of an animal, and there are a lot of black people come and on a search engine, and that was the problem. And then Google said sorry, and then they revoke all those features from Google search engine. But there are a lot of people having some issues and things like that. But that was a global problem, and Google said sorry, and then they said that they will be doing a rework on that. But that never come out after that.
Well, they were the initiator of Pepper the robot, which was an artificial intelligent robot that connected to Watson. And they shelved it after they built it, spent millions of money spending it. SoftBank had invested a lot of money into the robot itself because they didn't want people to be afraid of them, of like The Matrix or the other movies. So they decided to shelve it. So IBM has a tendency of doing that, but it doesn't really shock me, because this is my joke about facial recognition. I've been in smart cities for a very, very long time, working with NIST, National Institute of Standards Technology. And the FBI would come in and show off their facial recognition tool. And I was there one day with my attorney and a bunch of my engineers. And I walked up and they go, let us test your face. And I go, no, because you always get it mixed up with my sister. I just, no, let's do it. It won't, we got it worked out. So they scan my face, right? And my attorney knows the game I'm playing because I know who it's going to recognize me as. And it recognizes me as Hillary Clinton.
Wow.
Every single time it recognizes me as Hillary Clinton. So here's what's funny. Guys are looking at you. These are FBI agents, right? And they're looking at each other and they go, no, get back over here. Let's do it again. My attorney is laughing. And my attorney looks just like Obama. I love him. I love his smile. And he's grinning from ear to ear. I go, fine, let's do it. But I'm telling you, you're going to nail me as my sister, and I just get tired of it. So they scanned me again. Hillary Clinton came back up again. And I said, come on, let's go, guys. They're never going to get this right. And they go, does Hillary, you can hear them, does Hillary really have a sister? Oh, my God. I truly started to think Hillary had a sister. Not one of them chased me down and started asking me a lot of questions.
But you see,
like, no, you have to make an appointment with her before you talk to her. No, she's not going to talk to you about that. He caused me more problems, but
they are already doing it in China. You see.
Oh, the facial recognition.
You've got to really look very hard at the brain drain situation or something. Something is going wrong somewhere. This thing is already being used.
Oh yeah.
You know, and for people who are very, very similar, in kinds of overall appearance. So there's something seriously wrong here.
Well, if you know, since I don't know if you guys noticed this, but about 5 years ago, I saw this happen where Facebook started doing the facial recognition with just photos, right? And then it would automatically tag people that you threw a picture up with, even if they were like a little bitty head in the far back. And you're like, how the hell did they know that? Oh, AI, right? So facial recognition has actually been around a long time. Very, very long time. Were they able to really use it to the fullest effect? Probably not until all of this other technology came about and playing with it. But they've been playing with it for years. Eyes, the retinas, that was back in the 80s when I would go into the government offices and they were experimenting with scanning the eyes and retinas for instead of fingerprinting. I would never allow them to do that, but I'm sure they already got it. They got my whole handprints. I did allow them to do both hands, but voice, they have voice recognition. They got everything on you. This is what I tell people: don't worry about privacy. Move on.
Yeah, it doesn't exist anymore. Privacy doesn't.
It never did. The first time I ever worked on a phone network, I learned it didn't exist. It doesn't. It's just never been there. Now, the step switches, that we worked on, the switchboards, they could hear every word you were saying. Today, they can plug in and hear every word you're saying. So it's just.
Yeah, and the component manufacturers, like you can look into. Cisco made a deal a long time ago to for the parts that they have in every phone that they build. So while Apple may not be able to unlock your phone, Cisco sure can.
Yes. Well, so here's what's funny. Apple can if they want to, but they filed that lawsuit because they said nobody would ever trust them again. So even when it was a terrorist situation, but this is how they played it off. If you found someone who could accidentally hack into it, we have no problem with that. But but then they lose their credibility.
Accidentally.
But then they lose their credibility, right? So
yes.
They could not allow that to happen. But yeah, it's just good.
That is political science. Apple being politically scientific.
You're right. That was their right, and I think they got into a huge fight
That was
over
a
that.
win-win for Apple. It was a win-win for Apple.
It was, but the Cisco situation. A lot of people don't know that every Bluetooth has an open back end on every device. There's a partial open back end on every Bluetooth. Period. And it's done everyone does it. Every government, every phone company, every company. It's just intentionally done. So, can every person be hacked? Yeah, there are 20. I might be wrong here. A year ago, I was told there were 20 billion devices that will be out there, which means 20 billion open gateways. So.
Every day in the newspaper you read private data for so many people available in the dark net. Every day you read this. Yes.
Obviously, yeah.
So yeah,
Well,
Ankit was the first person who told me about the dark net.
Let's talk about
And
something
also, I'll
positive.
tell you one more thing, that once we have 5G, it's very easy to share the data around the world, and people can track you from any point of time, any day, with all those devices installed at your home, be it an LED bulb, or be it a smart television, or be it your mobile phone gadgets. Everything's connected to 5G, and that way,
Shorter range antennae, so they can
yeah.
place you better.
Yeah.
And also, thanks to Huawei, they are one of the major 5G producers in the world, and they are sharing the technology with a lot of countries. Although India is not still on with Huawei, but a lot of countries are against Huawei to sharing the infrastructure. I think Heather would be having a good idea what's happening at LA, and last week.
Yeah, I would love to hear her views
On Huawei?
on Huawei. Yes, what are your thoughts on
They
Huawei?
hired me as a consultant. That didn't last very long. They're very, very different. But what have you worked with Huawei, Heather?
With who?
Huawei,
No.
Chinese company. And so I worked with the president of the company came and hired me to help them get into MCNC here because of my background as one of the first engineers on the fiber backbone. But I will say this, I was very cautious every step of the way and contract driven. And fortunately, MCNC was very cautious too. But I wasn't rude. I wasn't prejudiced. All right. I gave them a chance. And they burned that bridge. But I still speak with some of the people that work for them, but they don't work for them anymore either. So, but Huawei, they drive the technology because the government pays for it. They are lead in that kind of 5G. Verizon does pretty good. AT&T does good because they all get a lot of money. AT&T won the 911 Next Gen contract, right?
Yes.
They got the first, what is it? FirstNet. They got the first. You know how many years that bid was out there for?
Long time.
Yeah. Did you ever? What was his name? The guy that drove it. I need to pull. I'm bad with names. He was great. He was a great speaker too. One of my favorites. But FirstNet. He finally retired after 20 years. I'm trying to get first aid, and they finally get it. Finally get the contract bid and going, and then he retires.
That's what you're supposed to do. Make a lot of money, then retire. Oh, Heather, you said you own your own company. When did you start your company?
So right now I've got 3 that are going on. So because serial entrepreneurs do that, right?
Wait, you have 3 companies. Okay, talk about the first one.
The first one, like the oldest one that I'm currently doing?
Yes, of course.
Okay. So Rocketeer was founded in 2014 is when we started it. Yeah.
Okay.
And me and my business partner, Mark Rowland, we went to Tony Shea, who's the CEO of Zappos, and decided that we wanted to start a consulting company. So got together with a few people who had different specialties. So I'm technology, he's operations, and he was the former CEO of Wagamama, and Mark was the former CEO of Wagamama, which is a popular out of this country noodle chain, and former PricewaterhouseCooper, and a couple of other people. We got funding from Tony Hsieh and started our consulting firm, and so we've been doing that for a couple of years.
It's called Rocketeer?
Rocketeer.
Like the Rocketeers and,
like with a rocket,
you have
without the K.
Do you have a website?
We do. It's Rocketeer without the K. So it's ROCETEER.
Maybe Ann can put it up.
Yeah. So the idea is the ROC stands for Return on Community, Co-learning, collisions, things like that, to help people, help entrepreneurs, help cities. Like we generally work with governments and larger corporations.
But it sounds to me it's a service business, right?
It is a service business,
right? And you said the president of Zappos was involved in that.
The CEO of Zappos, Tony Hsieh.
Really?
Yeah, he was our initial funder.
Okay, all right. I mean that's pretty good. Oh, we're looking for it right now on the internet.
Got here.
So
there you go.
Did we find it already? Is it Mission Control?
Yes.
Okay, so your theory, because we've had NASA on, we'll bring NASA on, because your theory of, hey, I can't work in NASA and be an astronaut. Well, you came real close, right?
Yes.
Okay, right. Yeah. Well, we'll bring on some our friends at NASA on later on. Okay, so
be aware of is Mike Lester's program.
Oh yeah, Mike Lester. Right. Yeah. Mike Lester. We'll have to bring him on because what he does, he allows entrepreneurs to basically use their patents.
Yes.
And co-opt their patents and joint venture with them on their patents. And NASA produces a lot of patents. But you got to go look and find out which one you want to use, et cetera. But Mike knows more about that. He's been on our show before at NASA. Okay, so this was this your first startup, or did you do one before that?
So before this, I was one of the founding team of Evernote. I was not the founder of Evernote because Evernote was actually founded in the early 2000s by a brilliant man, Stefan Pachikov.
What is an Evernote?
Evernote
it's a lovely program.
Oh, you know what it is, Rakesh?
Yeah, I use it.
Thank you.
Regularly.
I have no clue what it is. Okay, Jordan, do you know what Evernote is? Jordan, you're in law. I can't hear you. Can't hear you. Got to turn your speaker on. Ooh, can't hear you.
Around 450 million people around the world use Evernote.
Okay, well, 450 minus one me. So what does Evernote do? I'm not a technical person.
Tell him what Evernote
organize that. It's everything. It does
what?
Organize. You can make notes. You have a diary. You can run it on several.
Okay, but you guys do that in Hong Kong. Okay, let's go to Australia, mate. Do you ever use Evernote, Willie Hill?
I don't use it, but I know of it.
Oh wow, I'm way ignorant here. Okay, and Heather, you know what this Evernote is, right?
Of course I do. Yeah.
Okay, good. Okay, good. Yeah. I'll have to Google it and find out. I never heard of it. Okay, so the thing is, it's lovely. Okay, and does everything for me. Okay, it'll do everything for me. It'll take out the dog.
Yeah, so it does.
Wait, we're going to go to Russia in just a minute. Alexander Starr, have you ever heard of
Evernote? Do you know what Evernote is? It started in Russia.
Yes, everything started in Russia.
They're popular. Okay, I don't want to talk to this guy anymore. This is really not working for me. Okay, Ankit, do you know what Evernote is?
Everyone in the startup fraternity know what is Evernote.
Delete him too. Okay, I need to find somebody who's as ignorant as I am. Let me see if there's anybody. Wait, here's somebody. Let's go get this guy. Boing, he's new. Okay, moguls. Do you know what Evernote is?
So no.
No, okay, he can stay. Okay, you can stay. There we go. Okay, so there we go. I knew we'd find somebody. I got a partner in ignorance. Okay, so your first startup was Evernote, and two of us here do not know what it is. As a matter of fact, I'm going to show you something here very interesting that you'll learn in just a minute, Heather. Okay, most of the people on our show right now do not know what Evernote is. Okay, so explain to us ignorant people what Evernote is.
So Evernote is your external brain. It's meant to capture all of the memories that you have throughout your life. So it is as Rakesh said, it is a diary. It is a note-taking tool. It's a productivity tool. It can become a task list. But the idea is that everything that you do in your life, you can put inside of Evernote as like an audio note, a picture note, a snapshot, and then it searches it for you. The reason, like the vision behind Evernote was, again, to remember everything. So one of Phil Ibn, the founder of our version of Evernote, when we merged with Stefan Patrikov's company, was like he was always afraid of the day when he started to lose his memory to Alzheimer's. That's like his biggest fear.
Right.
So he wanted to create a product that solved for that.
It's my fear too. Who are you again?
So Heather,
Yes, Ankit?
It's my fear too. Who are you again?
Ankit.
Rakesh got it. Okay.
For
Okay.
the,
Okay. So Evernote was your first startup then, right?
So that's the first one that I was involved in. Well, no, actually. So before Evernote, we were like I was on the founding team of a company called Core Street, which was a DoD contractor. Where again, Phil Ibn, who became the CEO of Evernote, we were sitting around after 9/11, all on our couches and like just watching the news over and over again, and we all were like, we can't let this happen again in the world. And so we decided to we didn't know exactly what we were going to do, but we just all got an office and we were sitting around like, we need to do something. And then that morphed into, we need to create a solution that will keep people, that will only let the right people into airplane cockpits. And so within 5 years, we had an RFID door lock solution spread throughout the DoD.
Yeah.
And like all the patents and everything, and then we sold it to Active Identity.
Okay, and so that was your second. Then what was your third startup?
So Core Street was before Evernote. So
okay, Core Street was before Evernote. So you did Core Street, then Evernote, then what came next?
Then Rocketeer.
Oh, then Rocketeer, which is the one that's still in existence.
And then after that, I co-founded TWIP, which is Travel with Interesting People.
Traveling with Interesting People. TWIP.
Yep.
Okay. Don't you want to travel with boring people?
Well, this one actually was, the idea behind this is there's a lot of people when they get to a certain age that they're either they either have to travel alone because they've lost their partners, or the person that is their partner like starts to diverge in like ideas of who they want to travel with. Like they have different interests as they get older. So say like you have a friend group and you either different varying amounts of money that you can spend on trips.
But okay, I'm not familiar with TWIP, but I sort of.
Yeah,
how do you determine?
You get the pain point.
I get the picture, but how do you determine who's interesting and who's boring, and how can this person determine that person's
over the years,
interesting to them?
I've actually gotten a lot of training in behavioral psychology as like.
Wait! I thought you were an engineer. Now you're a behavioral scientist. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not a behavioral scientist. But
she's a brain. She's fantastic.
Yeah,
she's a brain. Okay.
Like
Okay. So you went from an engineer to a behavioral scientist.
Yeah,
right? Mathematician.
After you got your degree in math, which you think is liberal arts, and no one else thinks that. It's okay, but that's okay.
So what we did was we designed a behavioral assessment similar to the Myers-Briggs that helps match people together, so that so solo travelers can go on trips together in a way that they're not going to kill each other on a
yeah. But once you get people that have the same interests, aren't you? How you say fighting against diversity?
So we're not necessarily just matching people with the same interest. We're putting people that have compatible interests.
Okay. So and this still exists. TWIP still exists.
Yeah. So like we're not necessarily going for like person-to-person social network because that's a very hard sell. So like our goal is to go to partner up with like American Express or somebody like that.
Okay.
And as travel is dead at the moment.
So TWIP is dead right now?
Well, it's not dead. It's hibernating, and our pivot at the moment, our last trip that we matched people on was
Where'd you go?
to Antarctica in
You went to Antarctica?
Yeah.
Did you go too?
I was there, yes.
Isn't it cold there?
It was warmer than in Vegas because it was summer.
All right, so that's
but yeah, so we had 4 people that we'd matched up for a 16-day cruise for a cabin together because they wouldn't have been able to go otherwise.
Yeah.
I mean, like they were two different cabins, but they were.
Did you film your trip to Antarctica?
There were
for IBMTV?
filmed, yes.
You did film it for IBMTV?
No, I can send you the talks. I'll send you.
Okay. Yeah. Well, why don't we do that? Because we don't have any specials on Antarctica, do we, Ankit?
We don't have any.
Oh, we don't have any. So you got to send us your material so we can do our special on Antarctica. We're trying to do Malaysia.
Also, we can add one more continent on IBMTV.
Yeah, we add another continent on IBMTV.
Well, this is a conference that happened in Antarctica, so I'll give you some.
Oh, really? Do you guys get Wi-Fi over there in Antarctica?
Yeah, we had Wi-Fi. But
really? Hey, so we can beam our show into Antarctica, Ankit. Think about it.
Wow. Wonderful.
Yeah. We'll have good attendance in Antarctica. Is there anybody down there right now, or is that?
And I think that there is no coronavirus in Antarctica as well, so we should all go to Antarctica.
We should all go there. Yeah. Yeah. Why don't we do that?
So one of the things, though, like because every company needs to come up with a pivot, obviously, in order to stay successful.
What pivot?
Our pivot for a travel company right now is we're working on a TV show. So it's obviously taken a long time to get it going, but we're ready to film with a production studio in LA as soon as we've already done casting. It's like ready for the upfront. It's gone through all the pilot process and everything, but they feel like on the Discovery Channel TV show.
Okay, you're going to be on Discovery then?
What?
You're going to be on the Discovery Channel?
I'm not.
You're not?
Our cast is going to be.
Cast is okay, and this will be a TWIP cast, right?
Yes, they will have been picked together to be compatible for travel around the world.
Really? Okay, right. So they don't film Naked and Afraid in Antarctica, do they? Okay, good. I was wondering because that would be pretty scary. All right, so the thing is, okay, you did TWIP, and what else did you do after TWIP? In my role as and then I founded my nonprofit. Okay, what does the nonprofit do?
The nonprofit is the aim is to make the world more like Star Trek than Skynet. So. Okay,
Star Trek is in your mind. What is Star Trek?
It's a society where people all people's needs are met and they're allowed to work towards the greater good because they choose to. Okay, and then what's Starnet? Skynet, whatever. Skynet is where people have given themselves over to technology, and technology has taken away their hope. Oh, I'm a fan. Oh, wait, that's not the right answer, right? Okay, so the thing is, you want to be Star Trek, not Skynet, yes. And that's your not. So one is working with technology, sure, and one is being afraid of it. Okay, right. Okay, and so you have a not for profit. You have TWIP, you have the Rocketeers.
which is spelled a little different. You have this notepad, Evernote, or
I'm no longer with Evernote.
but you're no longer with Evernote. Okay, so it's forever gone. So you only have 3 projects you're working on right now, right?
Plus all my volunteering that I do. But
Oh, volunteering. Okay, right. Okay. You don't seem to keep busy. Do you need some other jobs to do? You know, we can give you some other things to. Well, we'll go talk to Moguls down in Moguls. Where are you from? What city are you in?
The UK, in Shropshire, the UK, it's Moody's Media. We're a media company producing content for people because we feel that people are too interested in posting things that they want to show people rather than what people want to see. So we create content. We do a lot of live chats for people's social media channels, and we're also drone pilots. So we're drone pilots as well.
Okay, where in the UK are you? Because the UK is pretty big. You've got London, which seems to take over most of the continent or whatever that is, island you're floating on. But you also have other cities like Manchester, Birmingham, Cornwall. Well, where in the UK are you?
We're in a place called Telford, about 35 miles from Birmingham. It's in a county called Shropshire, which is it's massive countryside area.
Okay, all right, and okay, so and then what you do is you actually videotape people, or what?
Yeah, well, we do photography and videography. A lot of events. We do a lot of events at food festivals, flower shows, which are obviously a big area of the UK economy. We do. So what we'll do is we'll go and concentrate on an area that perhaps people don't normally cover, because a lot of event organisers are great at organising the event, promoting the event. But at the event, they, of course, are too busy looking after the attendees. They're too busy looking after the other people that are coming in, the traders. And they forget to take the photos and videos of what people are doing, so people don't actually get to see what's going on. So we'll go in, we'll set a media centre up and get the materials. We'll do some stuff on site, especially if it's a 2 or 3 day event. We'll also do legacy after as well.
Oh, did you start your own company, or is this a company you work for?
No, it's our own business. There's 4 of us involved, me, the wife, and the 2 kids.
Okay.
And I say that, and the 2 kids, in fact, IBMTV has met one of the kids. I say the 2 kids because a lot of our events are the weekend. And so what we do is we've actually brought them what's called a kiddie cam. And yes, they take a lot of shots and a lot of videos. And yes, a lot of it is purely for their own channels. But also, the stuff we can use for corporate and the outwards look, we use because it's from a different angle. So if the show's on, they're taking it from a lot lower, so you get different angles. So it's kind of dual purpose, really.
Mm-hmm. So how'd you get started? Were you sitting around the coffee table around 9/11 and said you have to make a major change?
No, actually, no. It was 9/11. It's okay, I'm back. I do remember where it was 9/11 actually, but that's a different matter. But no, we had a building with 27 different offices, and we filled each office within 6 months. And we did it through social media, through telling people what we had and getting companies out of their houses to come and trade with each other and be in an environment. And a lot of people asked us, how do you do that? And I said, well, we just created content. We didn't worry if it was on Facebook. We didn't worry if it was on Twitter. We didn't worry if it was YouTube. We created content. And then of course people then say, well, can you create content for us? Because we come up with unique ideas. We have to at the moment, obviously, with the lockdowns that are on everywhere. So we have to come up with very unique ideas anyway. But that's what we do. We create unique ideas. So we don't go down the route that people expect us to go down. So the Motivational Monday post, the Wednesday Wisdom, we don't do any of that. There's enough other people that do that. And they've obviously made a living out of it. We come up with, so we're doing in conversations with at the moment, because everybody needs to be informed. Pubs are about to open in the next 2 or 3 weeks in the UK. So what the pubs need to do. We do 5-minute the quick fire quizzes with people. And people say, what's it got to do with business? We're getting to know the people you're dealing with. So there's that personal connection as well. So we took away the rule book, and we do everything that's different.
Okay, so what other startup do you have besides the media company?
I do network marketing business in the UK. I've done that. So I've done that as well. And also in the UK, the biggest startup, the biggest startup at the moment in the UK economy is rather interesting, because the biggest startup at the minute is people starting up what they're good at. So they could have worked for a corporate or a larger company, but of course, them jobs now are dying and have been lost. So what a lot of people do now is what they call freelancing. So set up their own companies. So we're actually helping people say, right, from the start, you need to show people what you're doing. You are the skill, not the business you've been working for. Your skill is transferable. So that's what we're seeing in the UK. A lot of startup businesses are doing what people are good at. They've been doing it for other people rather than themselves.
Okay, so you actually film startups then?
Yeah, we do a lot with startups. What obviously, and the big global one we'll know is BNI. So people are good at networking with something like BNI, and they'll do this brilliant 1 minute pitch, and you'll get to see 10, 15, 20, 30 people, and they'll show you. But of course, there's thousands of people out there. So what we're doing is we're getting them to do that 1 minute pitch, and we're videoing it and then putting it across our social media, not at the event because they're not relaxed, and obviously,
right.
But we're going into their offices. And what we're doing to people is we're saying, just concentrate on what you're talking about now. Don't worry about the next part of the 1 minute. And they're saying, yeah, but they're disjointed. What we're doing is getting a lot of B-roll over the top so they can just concentrate on what they're doing and then piece it all together. And that's going really well for people because you show them what you do rather than to 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 people, to hundreds and thousands of people.
Right. Heather, have you done a video for TWIP?
Yes, we have.
Oh, really? Oh, can we see it?
I have to leave. But
you have to leave. Maybe next time.
Yeah.
You'll bring in the video. Well, thanks for coming. We certainly enjoyed having you here, and hopefully we'll see you again. And bring your videos next time. I want to see Antarctica and TWIP.
Okay.
Videos. Okay. But as we say, good day, mate. That's what they say in Australia. Right.
Bye-bye.
Right. And we'll see you. Okay. All right. So we're looking for some videos on. She did apparently a video on Antarctica and has a video on TWIP. So
Nick, I have a question for you and for all the panelists, not for Ben. The question is: everyone knows about Shark Tank. Do you know there is a reality program which is very popular in the UK, which is about startups? Any idea?
Dragon's Den. Dragon's Den.
So
Dragon's Den.
Billy is aware about it. Yeah.
I thought it was in Canada, and that's how Shark Tank originally got started.
UK.
It was actually
UK.
Really? Yeah, it was like I thought it started in Hong Kong. It's called Dragon's Den because of the dragons that were there, And then it went all over the world. And then came here Shark Tank. We're not scared of dragons here. We are sharks.
So Ben, how's the Dragon's Den going around, and how many startups have been successfully got funded through those programs?
It's to me, Ankit, those programs are sometimes how not to do it rather than how to do it. So the apprentices and the Dragon's Den and things. There is some incredible stories come out of it, especially Dragon's Den. The most famous one is probably Levi Roots with his reggae sauce. Which and he didn't go on it with a business plan, he went on it with a song, and he attracted Peter Jones, who owns Jessop's and many other companies, and they've built a massive business together. But let's be honest, it's like life; they're very rare. You have to hit that golden nugget, really. So yeah, there is something that's gone on. There is some really interesting companies that have been built up. But to me, it's you've got to look at it and take out what the Dragons are saying. It's a bit like The Apprentice with Alan Sugar. You've got to take out what Alan Sugar's saying, because they're the people that know the business. The people there really are going on. Let's be honest, some of them go on to promote their own business, nothing else. They're not going for the investment really. They probably know they're not. I mean, when somebody comes up and says you can have 0.5% for 15 million of a company, it's not going to happen. And they're just promoting it and using it like that. So it is a massive program. And the Dragons themselves are really, really fascinating people. But rather than just watch the program, go away and read the books that they write, go away and have a look at the videos they're doing, because that's where the real value is. That is just a highlight for them. So, but I mean, yeah, any business program. So, I mean, obviously we sent you The Apprentice, and you had your president hosting it at times in America. It became commercialized. The original apprentices were great. They were giving great business tips, but then it's become a commercial operation now, and it's being sold to different countries. And when it gets to that stage, it's very dangerous to take it as a business program, isn't it?
Yeah, certainly. And I believe that these kind of programs are, I mean, not for startups but for investors, because they get a lot of time to buy a lot of companies at a cheap price, and that's how they shop and make their fortune. Because I mean, they invest pennies and they are partner with some 10, 20, 50% of equity because they have a big name, and that's how the industry works. And it could be a good testimony for those small companies or those startup companies to work it around, because they are on the they're in the center stage, they're on the media, and people are watching because I know it's good to learn books, it's good to read books and all those things, but these programs have their own viewership. I mean, in India, I'm watching all those Shark Tanks from Australia, from US, and from UK. But I mean, so that's how people learn and people negotiate and people understand how the global industry works and how we can be at par with other countries.
But do you not feel, Ankit, though, at the moment we have become a lot closer as a Wilde? I have never met so many people, because I've had the time to, during lockdown. I do a lot of networking, and I've met people from, including on IBMTV, which has been fantastic, people from all over the world. And your different culture and what you take into the business world has taught me so much that I can implement it here, because no country has a monopoly. No country has everything right. If we had everything right, there'd be no point in carrying on. And they say that, you know, that learning new things creates progression. And what we tend to do when we're really busy, and it's a time factor, is that we ignore everything else that's going on. So it's like, I've got this right because I'm doing it this way. And what we really should be doing is opening our eyes, having more cross-country conversations and saying, Ankit, in India, if this happened, what would you do? And creating that into our own cultures. Does that make sense to you?
No, certainly, I completely agree, because we were discussing about globalization on our show, and that is what it is all about. We have to share the best practices. We have to share the best views and what's going on in different countries. And I'll tell you, Ben, there are a lot of people and there are a lot of companies. What they do is they just replicate a successful program from a country and they just replicate to other countries. That's what they are doing it. They are not innovating anything. They are just replicating the same thing from UK to USA, or from USA to Canada, or from Canada to India, things like that. And that's how they are making a lot of money. And in startup also, if you I mean, I'm not sure what's the scene in UK, but what happened is that the first front runner of an innovation startup, sometimes they might not get that much success as the second runner, because the second runner knows what's happened, what kind of loopholes are there, what kind of pros and cons, and then based on those strategy, they plan their startup. So a lot of times the people who started maybe third or fourth in the same industry, they are much more bigger than the initial people, because they were not able to optimize it, and they open the channel for all those companies to work on the same program. And that's happening around. I'm not sure about UK, but that is the space. I think. I mean, we should also focus that how we can optimize and how we can learn from, or we can learn the failures and come back strongly. What do you think?
I think we get blinded. I think you're right. I think we do need to learn from other people, but you also get blinded, so you pigeonhole people. So I mean, I listened to Mr. Starr the other day and regarding investing and everything, and it's so fascinating, his philosophies, and it's philosophies you don't hear because we are told the UK is best to trade in, India's best to trade in for yourself, Russia's best to trade in for Mr. Starr. Unfortunately, Willie, I don't know where your good self is from, but you kind of get led down that path. It's like, I've had a conversation on Twitter today with somebody. Schools are not opening at the moment. It's like, oh, schools aren't opening. No, schools aren't opening. So let's get our kids learning new things. Why do they have to go to school to learn? Yes, schools teach the basics of mathematics, English, or the languages, obviously, you know, the side. Why do they have to go to school to learn? Why can't they learn culturally? Why can't they be out there learning how to cope during the pandemic? Why can't they be out there learning about the Romans and what they did? You know, why do they need to be in a school to do that? It's only because of lazy parenting that and the way we're conditioned is that we send people down that line. There isn't an actual need. I would rather my child at the moment spend an hour talking to Alexander about investing than going to school at the moment and worrying about if they can't touch somebody else because they might pick up the coronavirus. Do you know what I'm saying there?
Yep.
Let me comment on this. Thank you very much. Number one, well, it just happened maybe my personality, but I can't do long-term projects. If results are not visible in next few days, better even few hours, but days, weeks, months. A year, it's too long. Months maximum, what I can wait for results. So I'm a very result-oriented person. I cannot go, for example, if I would be young and considering studying political science or something for next 9 years, I would never done it. Simply because it's a long-term project, it's too long-term project, and you don't see tangible results of any kind for a long time. I'm not even sure what kind of results you're talking about here. Okay, so you became a PhD in political science. Then what? What results? How your life or a world around you became better because you got PhD in political science? I don't know. However, if I bought yesterday Amazon 2215 call and sold at the same time to 2225 call for a $10 spread for which I paid only $4.50, and both position expiring this Friday in less than 2 days, and I already liquidated this position for a profit. That's tangible. That's something useful you can do, at least for yourself and your family. And guess what? If every person will do good things for himself and his family, you know what? Whole world will become much better place. So all the demagogues and idiots who are saying we would like to make world better, we would like to do this and this, they're fighting for discrimination. Stop! What discrimination you're talking about? Let's see, I have family, I have 2 kids. And one kid went to Harvard Medical School, and another one went to a local college. So that means that I'm discriminating my second child. Why? Probably. But world didn't create all human, all nations, all races, all religions, and everything equal. That just didn't happen. So my kids were not created equal. One could make it to a medical school, Harvard Medical School, another one couldn't. And I allowed that, so I discriminated, or at least I allowed discrimination to happen to my other kid. Is that so?
I think just to counteract that, Alexander, is that we all have the same. At the end of the day, there is no discrimination because we all have 24 hours in a day. What happens is what you do with that 24 hours. And this is the problem at the moment. It's what you do within that 24 hours. If you've got the get up and go, no matter what the situation is, you'll do a lot more and achieve a lot more and feel a lot better within yourself. It's all about how we feel in ourselves. We will do that. And it's all about doing what you think is right in that time. And it's all about embracing. But what we tend to do, as I say, is we tend to close off. We tend to think, they're not doing this right because... And it's all about conditioning. It's all about conditioning up here. And what I'm trying to install in my children is listening to that 10 minutes that you've just said about your investments. It's far more profitable in the future than spending 6 hours at school. Now, they have to go to school to learn the basics, as I keep saying. I do appreciate that. But my daughter's already struck up a online friendship with Ankit from being on these and things like that, and people. She's going to learn far more from talking to Ankit, or hopefully she's Ankit. The pressure's on you now, but hopefully she is, than talking to somebody at school. And there's got to be a balance. There's got to be a balance. of it. And so yeah, no, none of us are discriminated at the start. Discrimination is caused by people, because we all have 24 hours in a day. We all have 7 days. And guess what? We're all born with the same knowledge. We all come out of the womb with the same knowledge. So it's not that. It is the fact then that the parents need to start it at the young age of opening people's minds up and accepting their children. And that will develop entrepreneurial skills. It will develop more of an open mind. It will develop more of an open market. And at the end of the day, it's a quantity. It's using that these days, it's using that phone that you could pick the phone up to and say, Ankit, do you know anybody who does? I don't need to think Ankit knows everything. And I don't think you do, Ankit. I don't think you know everything. But it's not that. It's the fact that I can ring up and say, Ankit, I need a plumber. Do you know the best plumber around? Yes. Okay, that's great. And that's all these entrepreneurs do. That's all the Alan Sugars in the world have got. It's probably all that Mr. Trump has had in his lifetime is a good phone book. And whatever the ins and outs of the politics are, I'm not going down the politics route because that's a totally different area. It's all about they probably have got the biggest phone book contact, and that is the key. And if we can install in children to be open-minded, then we will have a far better world coming together.
And I think exposure is something which is more important. I mean, studies, basics, getting degrees, getting the college, universities, that is the one part of the life. But if you don't have that exposure, it's difficult. And I can give you a lot of examples. In India, there are a lot of scholars who have been to IITs and IIMs, and they are gold medalists throughout. But when they come out working for a company in a practical real life, they have a tough time because they have never accepted a failure, or they have never realized they can also fail. Because they were the top brilliant students since KG to whatever grade they have studied, and now in the real world they don't know how to manage, because every day is a new day, and every day we have to learn and we have to implement and we have to prove ourselves if you are working for a big company, and that's where the problem arises. I mean, and that's why failures and exposures and things like that gives you much more sense as compared to studies, because studies could be your lifesaver if you want to do something. It's your skills, but to have implemented in a practical environment, you need to have a lot of other skills which your school is not able to give you. I mean, I'm not sure about UK, but that is what the story in India. I mean, whenever we go out, we have to showcase that apart from studies, what are the skills we have.
Go and find me a business owner, a successful business owner that's not failed. You won't find one. They've all failed.
Yeah, obviously, yeah.
They've all failed, even if it was when they were kids and they had, they've all failed.
We all fail every day. You know what?
Yeah.
Jimmy Valvano.
It's more about acceptance.
You nailed it. But let me tell you, Jimmy Valvano's speech, I used to keep it on my desk, but my desk has moved, is that the things that you should do every day, right? And if you don't experience these things, you haven't lived, right? And, you're going to fail. You're going to make mistakes. You're going to cry. You're going to laugh. You're going to love. And you might not be liked. But you're going to experience these things every day. And that's life.
And Kim, I can give one,
keep going, right?
And Kim, I can give you an example, basically. So you have a passion of something, and if you don't do that in your daily life, you miss out something. So likewise, if I start with Sasha, he likes to talk about politics and a lot of things about chess and games. If he thinks that I won't talk, I won't do these things for a week, he might be in a different mode of sentiments. I'm not sure what he will try to do. Same goes with Willie. Same goes with me. If I don't come to IBMTV, or if I don't read my business magazine, or if I don't watch what's happening around, it's not a complete wishful day for me. So that is what I mean. We need to learn, we need to implement, and we need to fail. Then only we can succeed at a point of time.
But if we fail as a world, and we learn from other failures, because as I said, as we say, unfortunately, we are too blinded of failures in our own country and not opening our eyes and saying, "Well, you succeeded in India, Ankit. How did you succeed? What can I bring to the UK that you have succeeded with?" Or Kimberly, you're in the States. What succeeded in your market? Because at the end of the day, all we're dealing with is people. That's all we're dealing with, and it's mindsets.
It's it every day, but you got to have that mindset to keep going. And in my book, I write about this because my book isn't just about my journey. It's about all the people I interviewed on our TV show that were very successful. And it's so funny because you look at someone, you go, wow, that's an overnight success. You listen to the guy's interview and it's 20 years, right? 20 years before he got that. Wow, here I am, folks. And everybody's writing about him. Everybody wants to help him now because he's successful. And that's the thing. Nobody wanted to help him before, right? Or people might help for a little while and they stick with him for a month, maybe 2. You know, my marker's 3. That's when people give up on you. And one guy we talked to who's generating multi-billion dollars every year. It's 20 years. And failures, man. He and you know what's funny? When he probably was faced with him that day, every one of these guys we interviewed, he wasn't laughing that day. But later in life, what I love is when they tell the story and they kind of laugh a little bit before they get to that point of that challenge. But we all fail. I mean, I don't even like to call it failure, but you know what? Let's do that. We all stumble, right? We all, but you know. And we're faced today with challenges that the world has never seen before because we were all locked away, almost like being punished, right? We're all locked away into our rooms, our homes, and we're told to figure it out. That's a tough one.
Well, who's heard of this process? Oh, that'll never work. That'll never work. Don't do it. And then it works and it starts going, and then you get, oh, weren't you lucky? No. No, because I told you 2, 3, 4, 5 years ago it was going to work.
Yeah.
And now I've been working at it for 5 years, and now because I've made a success of it this far down the line, I'm lucky. It's like, no, this doesn't work. But that's
there's that luck.
yeah. But it's the job mentality, isn't it? It's the mentality that's driven into us from corporates and from
Ben, I think we should do a show about failures. I mean, that would be around different continents and how people learn from different failures and then they have a success story. What do you think?
I'll happily do that. I mean, there's loads, isn't there? We could go through it all day. Mr. Disney, Mr. the Colonel himself. There's just 2 off the top of your head that you can think of. There's loads, and people don't appreciate the pain that people go through, and the trudging through mud, the trudging through the wet, and you know the old way was delivering leaflets, trudging the streets for 2 or 3 weeks, delivering leaflets. I mean, I know that's gone now, but or it's still there, but you know, it's perhaps gone a little bit. But yeah, I'll happily get through all that.
No, and you know, and then I look at, you know, here you are, you've continued on a mission through probably one of the world's biggest crises, and then your daughter starts a business. I mean, how cool is that, right? And you know what's amazing is that you're going to be this great mentor for her, but there are going to be times you want to catch her. But then sometimes you sit there and you go, you know what, maybe I think I'm going to let her kind of stumble so she'll figure it out, right? Yeah. But you're going to be there to kind of guide that fall rather than her, you know, falling completely all the way and getting so hurt she can't get back up. But you're going to let her have those moments. And this is what I tell people. I hope that your challenges in life from this point, from the day you graduate from college, I hope your challenges are as more gainful as they are painful.
But you've summed it up there, though.
You gotta have them. You gotta have them.
Unfortunately, too many people stop you from falling, so you're not learning. They'll say, so I let her run, and I say to her, everything has to be positive. So she'll come with her homework and say, I can't do this. I'll say, you can, but let's break it down. Because no problem is as big as you think. It's always lots of little problems that you can break down one by one. Unfortunately, in this world, we are too protective, especially of our children, is that don't do that because now, don't get me wrong, don't get your children running into the streets and the roads. That obviously has to be taught. But we take that into the entrepreneurial world, we take that into the school world. And this is the problem. School world will say, how many times you hear children say, my teacher said I wouldn't make that. Why? How do you know? You're holding the children back. It has to be, go and try it. And that's the key. And this is why it's just, you know, and we need to embrace that and learn. And it's just the way the world is at the moment.
It is. You know, the world is a dangerous place. It really is. I'm not going to lie to anybody. I travel 85% of the year up until COVID. And I count my blessings that while I was gone, I didn't come in contact with it, and count my blessings Nick didn't either, because he was in Italy just before all of that mess hit. And so, but at the end of the day, I don't think it's always luck. We can all say it's luck, but I think there's a lot of planning, a lot of preparing, and a lot of persistence, right? And so, you know what? You said something, Ben, you said something that just hit me. And it was, people say they can't, right? Yeah. And that was actually a 4-letter word in my house that we would get spanked over. That was the 4-letter word we'd get spanked over. And somebody told me the other day, you either can or you can't, and either way you're right. If you say I can or I can't, either way you're right. It's your choice. But like you said, there's so many little problems stacked. You can't focus through them. You don't know which one to work on first, but you know what? Just pick one and do it. Like I'm stuck in a problem myself, but somebody helped me refocus today, right? And go, Kim, you got way over here because you got too passionate about it. So you're way over here. No wonder you're depressed. And so, Ben, what you're doing is good because you're helping people refocus where their priorities are rather than where their heart is. And that's what happens sometimes.
And Kim, to help us in solving all those problems, we have a lot of bots available right now, and that's why we have Aarsh joining us and discussing.
Yeah. We have
Tamo today.
Welcome, Aarsh.
IBMTV and
Aarsh, you're a startup entrepreneur. What are some advice you have for some startups going through COVID and coming out? What are some advice you would give as an entrepreneur?
Yeah, so it's a very different, difficult, and completely unseen situation. No one of us has seen the situation before. And I think this is a good opportunity for organizations and startups to consolidate things, to get things right, to get the house in order, prepare and leverage the opportunity to make the products right, align their products to the strategy, aim on organizational goals, and at the same time prepare for getting out to the market once again, once things are good and are in place. So put the right marketing strategies, understand how things have changed, and tweak your strategies to suit the current situation.
Oh yeah, tweaker. And I think that's what Ben's been kind of saying too. You know, you have to focus on what you're doing, but tweak your strategies. I mean, that's
you have to be agile. You have to be agile. You have to be flexible in your strategies, thinking, and how to go to the market now in this different situation, because a lot of things will change definitely.
Hey Ben, are you familiar with chatbots?
Chatbots, yeah, chatbots.
That's what Aarsh does. He builds and designs chatbots for websites, and I've put him on a challenge now. I want my chatbots to go out and negotiate with other chatbots.
But isn't it interesting that a lot of entrepreneurial things come from when you're told you can't do something? So you know, for example, they will tell you, Aarsh, that you can't improve on chatbots out there, and that to me, it's like anything in the world. We're being told we can't do things. I mean, look at, you know, rather than being told we can't do something, why aren't we told we can do it better, or we can do it right, or we can improve it?
Exactly.
You know,
that's what is very important. Doing things right, getting it to the right track, understanding what the user requirements are, hitting that particular track, so that it's useful. We need to build things which are productive, which are efficient, and which actually cater to the problems, real world problems which are there, and not just become any solutions.
I mean,
I think why we are not able to follow those things, because we are very busy in our own day-to-day life, and we have a lot of things to be done, a lot of pressures going around. Maybe this is the good time that we all are at home. Maybe we have more amount of time spending. Me and Kim don't have, but generally we have a lot of time during COVID. And I mean, but we don't have that strategy. We don't have that Evernote, or we don't practice what to do and what not to do, and what we've achieved so far. So I generally keep this diary, and I just follow my list of work to do. And then if I don't do it, then I carry back for the next day. But still,
I was listening to the conversation earlier, and it was, sorry to cut off. I was listening to the conversation earlier, and it was very importantly mentioned that we need to drill down things. We need to, like, if you're not getting things right, then there's something which you're doing wrong maybe. So aligning to strategy, higher goals, everything is important, but it's quite important to drill down things, understand it at a lower level, and match it up to the strategy. So break things apart, focus on smaller things, and things will happen.
But do you know what Ankit does, Aarsh, as well?
Yeah.
He puts things on that list that he has done, then just so he can cross them off. That's what he does.
A good idea, yeah.
I know it, yeah. But you're right. We're such a negative place the world is, and we were far more positive. And if you told you, it's like the current situation in the world now. We're being told we can't go and do this, we can't go and do that. People are going to do it. They're going to do it, see if they can, and prove people wrong. We're not educating people enough. We're not saying don't go out because you this is the possibility of catching the virus. We're telling people you can't go out. Well, I can because I can physically open my door and I can go out. Don't tell me I can't go out. What you should be saying is don't go out because it's a far different mindset.
Exactly.
It's a bit.
There's a scientific rule behind that. There's a rule of inertia, and people fall, like everyone does follow that, and there has to be a positive implementation of the inertia you have. So yeah.
Inertia.
And Ben, as you said that, this is a tough time, but you know that there's a series coming up between England and West Indies during this COVID, and I don't know how they will manage it out.
I don't mind as long as we beat the Windies. I mean, I grew up during the 80s and 90s when we get stuff 5-0 every year, and you had the likes of Malcolm Marshall, Courtney Walsh, and they just fought. So as long as we win, I don't mind how it goes ahead.
Is this win cricket?
And Ben, I would like to invite you on Saturday 1 p.m. EST. We have a cricket show. Aarsh can also join, and we are also getting Ajay Jadeja, famous Indian cricketer, on the show.
Oh, that's great.
Join it out. Yeah.
Aarsh,
I still play cricket here.
I need a bot that tells me how to play cricket. I need a cricket bot.
Ben, do you aware about Ajay Jadeja?
Sorry?
I'm definitely aware about Ajay Jadeja.
Yeah, Jadeja. Yeah. I know Jadeja. Yeah,
wonderful. Because Nick is always confused between Shah Rukh Khan and Sachin Tendulkar. He is not aware about who those guys are.
Who's Shah Rukh Khan? Who's Shah Rukh Khan?
Nobody in America knows who he is. We've gone through this.
I know, but Ben, Aarsh does the creations of chat bots for, maybe your daughter might need one for her business that she has. You never know. I think chat bots are pretty cool. I'm more of I like to get on the phone and talk to people, but the more I've been playing with them, the more I kind of like, this is kind of fun. I open them up and play with them.
Don't we have a COVID-19 chat box on our website?
Yes, we do. We have a COVID, and that Aarsh did. I think Aarsh helped us do that, or did that for us.
Yeah. Aarsh gave us that bot API, and we implemented on IBMTV. But before we discuss, I think we should do a quick demo about what is the voice chatbot all about. Sure. So Aarsh, let's start the demo and let's see how the bot operates and works. So would you like to discuss about how the bot works before we start questioning the bot?
Yeah, sure. I'll give a brief background about it. So this is very different times, and we thought it's very important for people to have the right information sourced from the right areas and the right governing bodies. So because a lot of misinformation was going around in the world on different sort of digital channels, and people getting confused. So we have sourced content from bodies which are known all over the world. We've sourced content from WHO. We've got specific instances for different geographies. So for US, the bot is powered by content from CDC and WHO. For UK, it's powered by NHS and WHO. Similarly for India, we've got content from Ministry of Health and Family Welfare and WHO, and so on. So we try to make it intuitive, informative, and easy to use, so that information can be received by people all across the world where it is being implemented, and they have got the right information.
Great. So should we start the demo?
Yeah, sure, we can do that.
Just while it's starting that though, just going back to what Kimberly said. All these are to do, people must remember this, is to produce that conversation, isn't it, Aarsh? whatever we do is in business is to create the conversation, and this is what we're losing the art of slowly. Is that the real element of why we have chat boxes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, conversation aspect is quite important, and basically bots are treated in two ways. One is FAQ style, where you keep asking questions and the bot answers it, while the other one is conversational flow style, where there's a button-driven or some sort of suggestive user journey developed, so that you point user from one particular point A to point B and drive through that particular journey through various milestones. So, these are depicted in text-to-text bots through buttons, and in voice it can be just by some suggestive comments by the bot. So, shall we start, Ankit?
We started, yeah.
Okay.
So the first question we would like to ask to the bot is, what is coronavirus? So here we go. What is coronavirus?
Coronaviruses are a large family of viruses which may cause illness in animals or humans. In humans, several coronaviruses are known to cause respiratory infections ranging from the common cold to more severe diseases such as Middle East Respiratory Syndrome, MERS, and Severe Acute Respiratory Syndrome, SARS. The most recently discovered coronavirus causes coronavirus disease COVID-19.
Great. So I hope everyone would be able to understand what is coronavirus.
Yeah, you may choose to ask another question then.
So what is COVID-19? What is COVID-19? What is COVID?
COVID-19 is the infectious disease caused by the most recently discovered coronavirus. This new virus and disease were unknown before the outbreak began in Wuhan, China, in December 2019.
Yeah, you can say. So the bot did answer the question, but after a couple of chances, because the bot needs more training. This is a demo bot, and also so we've trained it on what is COVID, and we can add numbers, etc., so that it's more robust and can understand conversation. So this clearly shows us that sometimes bot do fail, but it can be cleared out by retraining.
What are the symptoms?
The most common symptoms of COVID-19 are fever, tiredness, and dry cough. Some patients may have aches and pains, nasal congestion, runny nose, sore throat, or diarrhea. These symptoms are usually mild and begin gradually. Some people become infected but don't develop any symptoms and don't feel unwell. Most people, about 80%, recover from the disease without needing special treatment. Around 1 out of every 6 people who gets COVID-19 becomes seriously ill and develops difficulty breathing. Older people, and those with underlying medical problems like high blood pressure, heart problems, or diabetes, are more likely to develop serious illness. People with fever, cough, and difficulty breathing should seek medical attention.
Okay, so we got the answer about symptoms about coronavirus. Maybe let's ask something different, maybe about pets.
Yeah. So this question is from Megan Ben about pets, and the question is, does coronavirus infect pets?
I think you need to.
There's no evidence that companion animals or pets such as cats and dogs have been infected or could spread the virus that causes COVID-19.
Ben, did you get the answer?
Yeah, I've got that. Yeah, so we'll do a training video on that, I think.
Okay, so let's check. Yeah, so that's good. So let's check if it can answer to a statement rather than a question.
Yeah. I'm not feeling well.
Stay home if you feel unwell. If you have a fever, cough, and difficulty breathing, seek medical attention and call in advance. Calling in advance will allow your healthcare provider to quickly direct you to the right health facility. This will also protect you and help prevent spread of viruses and other infections. Stay informed on the latest developments about COVID-19.
Wonderful.
So we have trained the bot using our IP algorithm, but the training has been limited because this is a demo bot. So bots can be trained as extensively as required. We can train it from multiple subjects, and they'll be able to answer a lot of things. Similarly, there's some sort of variations, etc. So if we apply our own IP natural language processing algorithm into this, so it will be able to easily understand all the variations and answer that as well. So Tina is capable of conversing both in text and also in speech. She can understand different languages as well. We've not demonstrated that here, but if we apply our language translation API to this, then she will be able to understand a few of the European languages, some Indian languages, and different languages of the world.
That's wonderful. That is a great voice bot demo from Gravitas. And Aarsh, thanks for the demo. But I would like to ask you a question that can we have a bot who can also talk about COVID and who can also talk about chess? Is it possible?
Yeah, definitely. We can, because it depends on how you want to train it. So I'll just give a basic example. So if I started going to school, so in my early days, I learned a level of maths, right? And a level of other science subjects. But at the same time, I'm getting all the information in my head and I'm trying to produce that and provision that and utilize that in my life. So when I reach to advanced stage, next class, so then I accumulate more knowledge, but also in maths and also in science. So it can be trained on multiple subjects, and one bot can answer different sort of subjects. We can create some segregations and user journey flows, etc. So one bot can answer COVID-19, and it can also answer about chess. And we can do different bots which can answer chess.
And in preparation for Saturday's conversation with Ankit, can we have one that tells you only about England's greatest victories over India in cricket? Can we have that, or
the greatest victories
over India? Yeah, in preparation for Saturday with my conversation with Ankit, can we have that or not?
Yes,
that's funny. Yeah, we need to get that one up. But here's what's great about this is why we learn about this is all the different ideas we start expanding on. What can you do with a chatbot? And it got exciting when you're sitting here and you're watching it. Yeah, it's a little challenging to use when you're using it remotely, but honestly, you can play with your phone and pull up chatbots and talk to them. Here's what's weird. I still like the phone, but I find them curious. Like, how far could I go with this, right? It becomes a game. But seriously, folks, it's good information that you can provide your people, great marketing tool. I mean, I can go on and on about using a chat bot. You know, Sasha needs a chat bot so people can learn about how to guess the next master's move. And you know, and I'm excited to play the game this time because last time I really was just more interested in watching than I was playing. But
I'm wondering, how can I use chatbot for chess side?
Oh, come on!
I don't need to teach people how to play chess. No, all I need is to show people if they're going to try this, how it's going to work, what they have to press, and that's it. Very, very direct functions. That's all what I need. If you can look at our site, chessstars.com. You can tell me what's involved in having customized bot to the site. Give me a proposal how much it costs, and I will go from there. Yeah.
Okay. So if you can provide me your email ID on chat, maybe I'll get back to you.
Sure. The chess site.
I'm going to try to pull up one on my phone, but I think it's not more about teaching people how to play chess, but more about what your game is, what your tool is that's there to talk to them about how they can guess the next move. But somebody else to sit there and share with them. It's almost like your commercial, basically. But they might have questions about it. If I lose, what happens? How many crowns do I have to bet each time? So it's almost like the fact sheet. Right? But instead they verbally get to talk or type their question. But no, I find them quite interesting. The new future, right? The new trend. that will continue to grow. It's just.
So, Kim, I have a question. We were discussing that the world becomes scary and there are a lot of devices available and things like that. But a question for us: how many bots we have in the world right now? Just a number.
I'll have to spin a bot to get your answer, so that bot can.
No, because Aarsh, why I'm asking this question, because people and viewers are not aware how extensively we are using the bots right now and what is the future of bots, because they still think that it's a pretty new thing and they think Alexa is a bot, which is okay, but there are a lot of bot which is not in the hardware form, which is in the application form as well. So for the viewers, I'm just trying to understand. Because they also know how we are using the bots and how they are also using the bots extensively, which they're not aware about.
Yeah, so there are a lot of bots now working in the world, and I think in the last 7 to 8 years this has picked up, and now it's picking up more. So in the last, I think, 5 to 6 years, there was some awareness about predictive analytics and machine learning algorithms, and then the bot business has picked up. There are a lot of bots which are being used in customer journey, so basically engaging the customers. But there's a lot of opportunity in terms of optimizing the productivity internally in the organizations by supporting employees to do their BAU jobs, so that those sort of things can be done by the bot, and they can concentrate on the more innovative and some things which can help the organization. So there are different type of bots prevailing the world. So there are assistants which can assist in a particular function and can provide information, about your products, provide information about your product catalog, or take some sort of data requests from the users and process that, and maybe engage in appointments, get the appointment sorted, and take user queries. So a lot of times people get frustrated because the user journey is not getting completed. They buy a product and then they have some questions, and it's very difficult to ask those questions because the turnaround time is large. So asking those sort of questions is something which bots can handle. So customers can ask bots questions, and that can be logged into system, or maybe bots can respond to that depending upon the type of training we want to provide to the bot. The bot can also assist very importantly in taking feedbacks. Feedback loop is, I've seen most of the organizations, feedback loop hardly gets completed, and the major problem is that the last part of the journey is being managed through some sort of applications. But if there's a prompt from someone immediately, then you can immediately provide the feedback. And this is where voice bots can be very important, because it kicks your eardrums. It's the basic sort of language which we humans are accustomed to. So we speak and we interact in that way. So that is something which it can help as well. And then there are a lot of things which can be done internally, like supporting all the staff internally about improvising productivity, to doing all the first line and second line sort of support work by bots. We've got a very niche bot which sits on Google calendars and can arrange meetings by just names. So basically, I can say I want to arrange a meeting with Kim, Ankit, and the bot will go and try to find the information in our calendars and suggest the slots which are available. So this can be useful for, like, if we are trying to arrange a meeting with 3 or 4 people, we can do it on calendars. But if there's a large gathering, like 5 to 7 people, it becomes really difficult to go through the calendars, try to find a common time, get the meeting room sorted. So just say to the bot, in 30 seconds or 40 seconds, you'll get the meeting arranged. You can update it later, and those sort of things.
And we have Lynn Shepherd, and he's from Family.Dollar Store. How we can create a bot to shop on Dollar Store, and how we can create more sales on through bot? Is it possible to do some kind of viral communication for our users and share the best offers, and also understand if someone is visiting a website, so they know that what kind of stuff that particular user, based on their behavior, we can procure for them?
Yeah. So bots can be used for managing the e-commerce journey. So basically, taking your orders, adding to the cart, getting your payments sorted, and sending the notifications after payments to the customer and the company. And thereafter, there's an important bit after that, because there's some service provision after that sometimes, or there are some requirements of updates about where the particular packages and those sort of things. So all those things can be done through push notifications generated by bot. It can be communicated through the messenger in Facebook Messenger. So Facebook Messenger bot can be handy there, or it can be done through a website bot as well. You can push notifications to users on their email IDs, on their numbers, whatever information is available to us, and it can be all automated through bots.
Lynn, what do you think?
Well, I got in on the conversation late, so I'm not sure about Aarsh's platform. And I'd have to learn a lot more. But any way to promote the store to be able to benefit money masters is going to be a good thing.
Yeah.
So,
but they're cool. It's cool technology that
we need to. Kim, what do you think? We need to do a quick one more demo for.
Can we do one more demo? I would love to sit and watch one more demo. Thank you. I just think they're cool. You know, very informative and helpful.
Certainly.
You might replace me with a chat bot. Then what? That would be, oh my gosh, well, replace me with a chatbot. The chatbots guide you to, it's like your marketing tool, right? But it's almost like having almost that human there that is kind of guiding you. You can ask it questions and it's going to kind of tell you and get you there. Sometimes you have to know how to write or ask the right question. But for the most part, they're self-explanatory. Here we go. This is fun.
So Ankit, you can ask questions here.
Yeah. So, what is COVID?
okay, so let's click on what is COVID.
COVID-19 is the infectious disease caused by the most recently discovered coronavirus. This new virus and disease were unknown before the outbreak began in Wuhan, China, in December 2019.
I'm not feeling well.
Say that again.
I think the board is.
Stay home if you feel unwell. If you have a fever, cough, and difficulty breathing, seek medical attention and call in advance. Calling in advance will allow your healthcare provider to quickly direct you to the right health facility. This will also protect you and help prevent spread of viruses and other infections. Stay informed on the latest developments about COVID-19.
Yeah, so maybe there's a lag, and this bot is specifically linked for your benefit. Has been designed for COVID-19 information, and we have sourced this information from different bodies which are providing information to different parts of the world. So, for example, we've got a WHO specific instance of all content through WHO powered through TINA. And for USA, we've got CDC plus WHO content. For India, we've got Ministry of Family and Health and Welfare plus WHO content. And we are constantly updating this content so that the most accurate information is provided to people so that there's no misinformation.
Got it. So the question was, could we use that for IBM.TV?
We have it on IBM.TV.
I'm sorry, I don't mean IBM. I mean for Family Dollar Store. Family Dollar Store.
Yes.
Anyway,
so, yeah, we can do that for the COVID-19 bot. Yes, we can definitely do that.
Definitely.
Apart from COVID-19, I mean, what about a bot for Dollar Store so that people can just talk about the bot and they can shop around?
It's almost like doing an advertisement, but making it interactive so that people can ask questions. The big issue is you wouldn't want.
They can ask. Lynn, sorry to interrupt. They can ask that. Do we have a napkin, or do you have?
Minion napkins. So, but it would have to be Kimberly because her voice sounds so much better than my voice sounds.
Oh, thank you. I want to be. I want to be on the Minions show one day. Y'all didn't get to see the private birthday card I gave Ankit for his birthday with the Minion video.
Really? Did you really do that?
Yes.
Oh wow.
Yes.
I have to give you a handy with me right now.
So anyway, but what is great about the dollar store is what their heart and their mission is to close that gap between poverty and sustainability. And I want to thank you guys very much. And maybe we can help get a chat bot on there to make it easier for people, because sometimes there are some people who are colorblind or can't read, or are handicapped or disabled like I was for a very long time. I couldn't use my arms or legs, and I had to learn how to speak into a computer. So sometimes, a chat bot would be cool for that. But the dollar store, Lynn has changed his name from the Shepherd Family Dollar Store to the Family Dollar Store.
Right.
And you can find it on the big green dot on IBM.TV. Yep. And what is nice is that they, let's see, right there, folks. Can you see it? Oh, I didn't share. If you take a look, you'll see it's as easy as hitting the big green dot. And we were looking at COVID. Usually the big green dot on the homepage. There you go.
There you go.
So, but first we put your life and health first, and we have a COVID bot for you. But if you hit this big green button or that big round circle, you can go straight to the Family Dollar Store, which, what happened? It's still going.
And if you're colorblind, somebody was smart enough to make it round. So, and if you're shape blind and colorblind, then you're in trouble unless you can read.
Right. So,
accessibility guidelines are quite important here.
But the thing is what's important at Money Masters, our mission was to teach financial literacy to people. And one of the things I learned in my journey with Nick, when we interviewed all the world's richest people, is it's not just about how you make your money, it's how you manage it, right? What you do with it, how you spend it, what you spend it on, how you save it, how you invest it. My other thing is I want to teach people that don't forget you have to pay taxes, and we need to teach our children that as well. And what you donate, because that's very important as well, is giving forward. Even though all of these things add up, you need to teach people how to budget it, right? And live, maybe not live within your means, but learn to plan to get what you want, right? I was always taught live within your means. It was the greatest moment in my life when I realized I could plan to get what I want. Right. That's when you go, wow, I can get my dreams. So, but what is great about the dollar store is it fits everything that Nick and I talk about, saving money. And I can go to the dollar store and I can buy the collagen mask that I get over counter for $20. I can get it for $2. Okay, I can go to the dollar store and get that anti-line cream, the exact same cream that I buy on Amazon for $60. I can get it for $2. And if I buy those things and all the other little essentials that I need, including minion napkins,
right,
I'm going to get a lot of savings. I'm going to add it up to $25 and get free shipping. But I'm also going to get bonus dollars. So all of this makes sense to me for financial smartness, financial fitness, right? I don't have to go anywhere. Time is money. Every one of us that are entrepreneurs, time is money. Every hour I go out, I add up how much time am I losing. I hate saying it that way, but that's how I do it. When Nick and I are on set and we know that it costs us $1,000 a minute to film, every time somebody's late or somebody's not doing what they're supposed to do, my brain goes 1,001, 1,002. Time is money. So you save time by not having to go there. You save gas by not having to drive to the brick and mortar, because you can order it. It's delivered to your home and it's within days. It's not, weeks, or it's just within a day or two that you'll get your delivery, unless you live where Lynn lives, and then you got to go pick it up at the post office. But other than that, I think it's a great way and great message that we're trying to send out to people is to save money. But the great thing that they do is they donate 50% to our Money Masters financial literacy program, which I think is a beautiful mission. And if you look at the dollar store, it's not cheap stuff. It's all name brand. I'm blown away when I go in there. Johnson & Johnson, right? Baby stuff. The Genesis for
Pampers.
Pampers. but it's a lot of name brand. They also carry CBD, and they can ship CBD. And we've heard other people who are in the business get angry because they're like, well, PayPal has shut us down because we're CBD. All of these people, yeah, and there you go. You can get the CBD patches, you can get the little tablets. It's all there. And
with lidocaine.
Right, because the dollar store figured it out. They figured out how they can sell it and not be shut down. So that's what you got to do. You got to be smart. But the dollar store figured out how to do it, how and why it works. So, but remember, it's not just about making money. It's about managing money.
Yeah.
But,
So not only from a commercial perspective. Sorry, go on.
Go ahead.
Yeah, not only from a commercial perspective, but with the kind of intentions which are behind this dollar store. So we're proud to be associated with such a company, and we'll like to work on. If there's a possibility, we'll like to work on something good for dollar store.
Wow, you hear that?
So I heard that, and so what I can do is have somebody get in touch with you. Okay. From the parent. And you're located in England. Is that where you are?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So they're located on the West Coast. So you've got about an 8-hour difference between you and them. But you guys can work that out. If Ankit can work it out living in New Delhi, you certainly can work it out with the people at the corporate headquarters. So there you go. Yeah.
Okay. I'll give my email connection to Ankit so that.
Thank you. Bots will help, and bots are going to get out there and help us market. And thank you so much. This is beautiful because when you see people connecting dots and wanting to help and work with each other, that's what we're all about in IBMTV, is trying to make that happen globally, right? Not just here in the US or in India or in England or in Canada or Malaysia. Just we're working together, and
we are connected world.
Yeah, but you wouldn't see this just in everywhere. It'd be hard to find this. This is why we do this. And Startup Wednesdays is about sharing businesses.
And I'll tell you one more thing. Aarsh, everyone knows about WWW. No one knows about WWT.
What's that?
What's that?
Worldwide Television.
It keeps coming with interesting abbreviations,
Ankit always comes WWT. We are now on WWT, Worldwide Television.
See, Ankit's got a good sense of humor. That's because he was born on June 7th. And if you understand.
Okay, belated happy birthday, Ankit.
Thank you.
Oh, we got another June 7th baby here.
Who else was born on June 7th?
Liz. So we got 2 June 7th babies.
Yep.
A good day to be born.
I would ask you a question, how old are you? But in which year you were born?
That's a trick bot.
I was born in 1875, so you figure that one out.
I got it.
Yeah. Now I was born somewhere between 1965 and 1925, so you can figure that one out too.
I got it.
Now,
anyway,
it's funny you say that because a friend of mine, the clerk at court or the marriage license place, typed up the certificate wrong, and she typed in 1800 and whatever for her birth, right? So, but she didn't notice it. She thought it said 19, and so when she went to get married, the priest was looking at it, and he goes, "Oh my God, you're wrong."
That is funny.
He's looking at her like she must be some kind of miracle or something.
And Lynn, I tell you, quickly, the Gravitas AI bot, they have given the answer, and they have a code which says 1945.
1945. What does that mean?
It's for the year of birth, is it?
Oh my God.
No, I was actually 1944.
Okay, close.
The bot was close, yeah.
Bot was close. Well, that's scary.
So people will look at me and say, I actually had this conversation, which I need to relay to you later, from the former dean of the University of Pittsburgh. who has written on startups, and we want to talk about that,
do that.
maybe offline. But you know, people. He asked me the question. He said, "Do you really want to continue to work, or do you want to work because you have to?" And I lost a business in 2009, as you may know, and I lost multi-seven figures when I lost the business. So yeah, that was not fun. But anyway, but the point is, I never would have stopped. And I told Kimberly this, and I don't think I've said this. I met Colonel Sanders when he was 85, and he was starting a new business at age 85. I mean, think of that. And he said to me, he said, son, and I was 31 at the time. He said, son, I've got another 15 years of good business left in me, and I'm going to have fun doing it. So I think it's all up here. I mean, think he started Kentucky Fried when he was either 65 or 66.
Yeah, he started late.
Yeah, because he had a restaurant, and then they built the interstate, which took all his drive-in traffic away from him, and he had to do something. So that's when he started Kentucky Fried Chicken.
And it's still going.
And it is still going.
Still drive through and get Kentucky Fried Chicken because it's got a drive-through. So, so he was smart. He wasn't just smart. He was persistent. But I heard he was very nice.
He was extremely nice. Everybody in the in Louisville airport, when we got off of the plane, everybody knew him. He knew everyone by first name. I mean, it was amazing. And at age 80, he had offered me his limousine because I was there looking at real estate. And I couldn't take it because in those days, we didn't have something that looks like this. You know, we had to go to a phone booth and make a phone call. And so, yeah, these two guys are too young to remember what phone booths look like.
Oh, but you know what? In Tennessee, they still have them in the airport.
Yeah.
I took pictures of them.
Did you really?
Yeah, I got pictures of them. Mm-hmm. The last time I went to Tennessee. Yep.
They have. Go ahead.
The real phone booth.
Let me tell you what's happening. If you go to any co-working space right now, a good co-working space, they have a booth which is only for talking. I mean, you can go out and you can use your telephone and talk because you don't want to disturb to anyone else.
But it's a it's a cell phone booth.
Yeah.
Cell phone booth, yeah.
Well, but they stopped spending the money on actual booths, and they started just simply hanging them on the wall, or putting those things that sort of covered your head so that if you were talking and they're wrapped around you a little bit. But so the funny thing was, I mean, he really wanted me to drop him off at home, pick up my friend who was, and I couldn't get a hold of because I didn't have a cell phone in those days, obviously. So, and he was walking backwards faster because he kept saying, come on, son, take me home and use my limousine. And I couldn't keep up with the man. He was walking backwards and I was walking as fast as I could forwards. So, you know, and it was, come on, son, come on. Hi, Joe. Hi, Sam. Hi, and Charlie. Come on, son. You got to, and there he was walking backwards. So there's something to be learned from somebody like that.
That energy is amazing. Yeah.
Yeah.
But you know what? What's cool is that I think each and every one of us who are entrepreneurs, including the young ones down below, I'm one of them, actually. I'm as old as they are. But including the young ones down below, we can all say that we've all had challenges, right? Yep. So, and part of what we were talking about today was failures, which maybe we can make a bot, not just a show, but hey, you know what? We all go through struggles. What's yours today? Because I think a lot of people are struggling right now. Don't want to put it down or anything, but I got a report that, the suicide rates are very, very high right now, which is something they started to try to curb, but maybe we can put something out there because there's not enough centers right now. But there's so much positive that we can do, that we can offer that positive light to other people, right? And show them that there is light that out here, And I think that's what's great about these stories that we hear, especially like the one about Colonel Sanders is always my favorite.
Well, you know what J.C. Penney said? He was 91 years old, and he was losing his eyesight. And somebody said to him, well, Mr. Penney, isn't it a shame you're losing your vision? And he and his response was, no, sir, I'm not losing my vision. I'm losing my sight. And he was still working at 91, even though he was losing his eyesight. I've known 2 lawyers in my life. I've known more lawyers than 2, but these 2 both were working over age 100.
Yeah, I think struggles are quite important. Struggles and challenges are quite important part of your journey, because unless you have that, or you face a challenge or struggle, you won't excel to the next stage, because there has to be some experience of falling through and then learning and then starting upright. And every time you face a challenge and a struggle in your life, eventually you realize that it has made you a better human. And also in terms of professional experiences, unless we get some challenges, we don't know what to resolve here.
But I agree with that.
And I agree with it too. But think of how many people they get faced with challenges and they turn the other way because they haven't learned the lesson that challenges teach you lessons that you then learn, and you know how to overcome those. And there are too many people who don't learn that, unfortunately.
It's definitely one of those things that you got to ask yourself. But you got to learn how to do strategies and prioritize, and you got to teach that to your children that there's always an answer, right?
Mm-hmm.
Always an answer. Just like we Google everything today, there's always an answer.
Right.
And like we were learning today, you either say you can or you can't. Either way, you're going to be right. And you just got to take that positive and move it forward. And I think that's what I like about working with entrepreneurs is most of them have that spirit, right? It's kind of, think about it. I mean, I see so many entrepreneurs that can't, like keep losing and haven't given up yet, right? And they know.
It's a day in day out activity to us.
For example, Sasha and Lynn, both are serial experienced entrepreneurs, still eager and passionate to work on getting their businesses right.
Yeah, that's right. And Zach, hi Zach, how you doing? Zach's our buddy, out and about guy with IBMTV. He said he reminds us Ray Croker was told that McDonald's would never catch on out of his town, and look what he did. Tell that man no.
I think he means Ray Kroc, not Ray Crocker, but that's okay.
Yeah, but Ray Kroc, but that's all right. I text wrong all the time, and you can't edit these. You can't go back.
No, sure. So
I know I'm learning to be very careful if I post because you can't. But anyway, but no, he's right. I mean, there are so many people who were told no way that's going to work. And I mean, I can't count the time I hear that. I hear it all the time. There's no way that's going to work. But you know what? The reason is it's never been done, and people can't see beyond what's not before them, right? And they don't understand that. And until you have had your mind stretched, right, you will never know. So until you have pushed past those boundaries yourself and learned that you can achieve these things, you won't know. You're always going to sit back and say that's impossible, as opposed to that's possible. So
sometimes it's just important to just stay calm, get one step back, and think about the wider horizon. And because when challenges appear, you get into a spiral sometimes, thinking about the same thing, how to resolve. And then when you step back, take a deep breath, calm down for some time.
I think a friend of mine says it a little differently, but it means exactly the same thing. Sometimes you have to slow down to speed up. And I think
that's a very powerful statement.
That's a relevant statement. And to what Kimberly was saying, I think it was Jim Rohn who said, go as far as you can see. And when you get there, you can see farther.
Yeah.
You don't stop. You know, it's they're always when you get to the top of the mountain, once there. And in my life, it's always been the foothill of the next mountain. I'm never reached the peak. But somebody had answered that for me. Well, because you're always in the middle, which is a good place to be, right? So yeah, so there's so many ways to look at this, but they're all positive. The power of positive thinking, and that's what I enjoy about this. Is on my cup, right? The power of positive thinking.
Absolutely.
And a question about power of positive thinking. What do you think positive thinking is? I mean, to balance it out, a good thinking or a good listener. What would you pick?
I think, frankly, I think people were given 2 ears for a reason and only one mouth.
Yeah.
Okay. So you need to spend a lot of your time listening. And you learn a lot by listening. And a lot of people, one sad thing is a lot of people, when they have a conversation, what do they want to do? They want to talk about themselves, because to them, that's the most interesting subject that they have. And I find it's fascinating. If you just simply start asking people questions, I've had people tell me things that I thought, oh my God, I never thought I would hear somebody say that. And you just let them talk.
Yeah. And you know, one of the things I learned on Nick's show, the greatest gift I gained in life was to be able to listen real hard. Even though I talk a lot, I have a gift of being able to listen, and that has pulled me out, being able to allow me to ask the right questions moving forward. Because it's easy to sit on a TV show and your mind wanders, right? It is easy to sit to work and your mind wanders. And but to sit there and force yourself to have to listen. But then I realized all these people had great stories. Oh my God, why would I want my mind? So I learned to turn this off for, like we would sit and film 8 hours worth in one day. And I learned to turn this off and just set it on the thing and listen.
Yeah, listening is like very important. Sorry. It's quite important because thinking on your own is something which everyone can do, but getting the life experience or the work experience or the different sort of experiences that different people have, because every user journey is very different and there are a lot of experiences flowing around us. So learning through that is really something which is very important.
Oh yeah,
and also I believe that listening also add one more skill to your skill set, which is patience. Because if you are a good listener, you have patience, and vice versa. If you are patient, you are a good listener. And I think Sasha is one of the good listeners we have.
So let me ask you a question.
Say is this: you'll never learn anything by talking. Only by listening. Okay, that's right. Number one. Number two, the problem with listening here is that sometimes you listen to people or a conversation, and sometimes it tends to be on a way much lower level that you would like to accept and listen and to hear and to absorb. And then you have a great dilemma. Are you still continue there and keep listening and more listening? Yeah. Or you just run away and just forget about all that? And that's sometimes you have to make tough decisions. Sorry to say so, but that's, you know what? I'm at the age and time in my life where I can say anything what I want without sort of being afraid to offend somebody, these people don't offend, those people don't offend. I don't care. I'm going to say exactly what I feel and what I want to say. So, my friends.
So I was going to say, here we are, 4 of us talking, okay, and who was listening? Sasha was listening the whole time.
Oh, he always does.
He wasn't saying a word.
He's always down, and all you see is his eyes sometimes. That's what he's doing. He's so listening. I'm like, Sasha, let's bring that up.
I'll tell you what I'm doing. First of all, I'm checking my email, and I've just got fantastic. I ended my trade today. That I did. But at the same time, I was it doesn't take a lot of my attention really, because when you did it so many times, you did it like automation. And maybe I'll share my trading technique with people here on IBMTV,
Can we
because
do that? I would love that. I would.
yeah,
definitely
I feel that 99% of the people, they don't really understand what it's all about. They just they've heard something from somebody, and they don't understand what the hell they heard and from whom they heard. And if they will, is the best way for them is in fact ignore the stock market altogether. Don't even touch. Get your money, go to Las Vegas, and have some fun. Yeah.
There we go. When you start a startup, what do? Get your money and go to Vegas. When you got money,
That's the best way you can do it.
Yeah,
I want to tell you something. You have a great odds in Las Vegas. The more I think about it, the faster I will get on the plane and will go just right there.
I'll meet you. As soon as they lift everything, I felt like, I told Nick, I felt like I lived in Vegas. I never liked it, to be honest with you. I hated going, but the business was always there. We were always doing TV shows there. So we were always going to Vegas. But after a while, even though you don't like it, you find things that you do like, right? Especially if you travel someplace the same over and over.
Mm-hmm.
If anything, you get to know the same people, right? That you bump into. But I love Vegas. I want to address something though that Ankit.
You know what I was there for?
I
was there for a conference for 5 days, and I hardly had a chance to go out.
Oh no! Why?
So it was the IBM Think conference. I was speaking there in 2018. And it was 3-4 days full jam-packed, a lot of sessions, etc. And after like heavy days, coming back, crashing into bed. Yeah, so I think only the last day I got some opportunity to have some fun there, like with casinos.
That's what I tell people when I go there. I work. I never have fun. I work from 6 in the morning until 10 at night, and then sometimes you have to go network. And then you go to bed and you get up the next day and you do the same thing.
Yeah.
You don't want to, people think, wow, you got to go to Vegas. I'm like, no, it sucks. But I want to talk to Ankit real quick about this patient word he used, because I brought that up with him because I always thought that was important. And I brought it up to one of the billionaires on our show, which you got to see. And I brought this up to him about, well, don't you think in patient, because I read his book, right? And I read a lot of other things he had done. So I thought, boy, I got this, because I think he believes in patience. And so I brought it up and he goes, oh no, I don't believe in patience.
I think
might put you into trouble.
I think Ankit, if Ankit truly is a June 7th baby, he doesn't have patience either, because I don't have patience and I'm a June 7th baby. So there you go.
What about July 7th?
He has a lot.
What's that?
But let me tell you, I have a different bot from yours. I mean, you are from a US bot, I am from an India bot. So we have different.
We got
okay.
bots going here.
And what about July 7th? What about July 7th?
Okay, something is definitely common there. We can understand.
July 7th. That's a good day. That's right.
How can you answer that? If you weren't born on July 7th, and obviously Ketul was born on July 7th, that's why he asked the question, right?
July 7th is a good day.
I love that, like, 2 7s, especially like, when you go to Vegas, the 2 7s are pretty.
7, right?
7.
Yeah, so, there you go.
7 7.
And I like, I would extend on that topic, like on the Vegas part, right? Whenever I go, I take out some time, right, for pokers and roulettes,
I love it.
So I don't sleep in Vegas.
And mini Sasha here. You know why? You know why you can't sleep in Vegas? I learned about this. It's all the neon lights. They're designed to stimulate your eyes. Mm-hmm. So, and it's everywhere, right? And it's all moving. Like everything moves fast. And I don't know if you noticed, but there's a lot of this going on. That's all stimulant. I had no idea, because every time I would go, I would be up like this, and I go, "Wow, why am I not like this at home?" And it's because when I get home, I crash, right? But it's stimulants. So that's why you are
And also don't forget there are no windows. There are no windows as well.
Yeah, there's no windows. It's all those fake lights. It's all those fake lights. Yep.
That's why there are a lot of factors, that affect Vegas.
They know what they're doing. They know exactly what they're doing. So
and they are open now. They're open now.
They are.
Opened. Yeah, they opened 2 weeks. About 2 weeks ago, they opened.
Yeah.
They're only allowing 30%, or is it 50? They're only allowing 30 to 50% into the casinos. So, and they're providing free airfare for people to come. So right now, if you want to go to Vegas, a lot of the casinos are providing free airfare. Of course, you pay casino prices when you get there, right? But just to get the people to come. So that's
Yeah, and airfares are pretty cheap now. I saw $140 round trip ticket from Baltimore to LA, or so
well, right now they're just trying to generate business, but from the airlines, from what I last looked, they're only allowing one person per row to sit.
Yeah. So I think the middle seats are not usable.
Right. Which is, I always bought the whole row anyway, instead of sitting in first class. I'm just kidding.
You can.
I know. I used to do that a long time ago. I would book my seat so that I had the whole row to myself, and because it was better than having first class seat, right? You could stretch out and put your laptop on here. But it got harder to do as the flights got fuller, right? And they would cut flights, and so I got a lot more difficult to do. But
in March, when I came back from Atlanta, I felt like I booked the entire plane because I was the only one there.
Wow.
Because it was crazy, and the airport was. I had all the videos. I felt like, oh my god, I'm gonna show our kids when they grow up that look at this. This was the situation that we had.
That's crazy. That's insane.
When
it was March. March,
oh,
right?
March. When all this COVID started right after that.
Yeah.
And they were shutting down. Alexandra had to cancel her flight. She was in South Africa getting ready to come to Nashville. I was booking to go visit her. And a lot of things happened. A lot of flights got canceled. I was on my way. I was actually on my way to Houston for the world's largest. It's the most powerful people in the world for power, gas, and energy. They get together once a year, and they canceled it. So, I mean, it was weird. And I'm like, you know what? Maybe I'm better off staying home and not going anywhere. So I was just canceling. I spent a lot of time canceling trips. And some trips wouldn't let you cancel, right? They would not refund your money or anything. But I bet that was weird flying at that time. But that was very weird.
I think now majority airlines are pretty flexible. They are pretty helpful, right? You can, they give you credit. You can book. I'm talking about domestic. I'm not sure about the international flights, but domestics are pretty.
Not in India. Not in India.
Not in, of course.
And we just heard about a new train system being put in place while COVID was down. Virgin Orbit put in a rail system from Vegas to LA. And we just heard about that today. One of the girls on our show mentioned it, that all of this was going on. And then what's his name? Tesla guy, I think it is, put in an underground.
Elon Musk.
Elon Musk. Yeah, he put in an underground system. So an underground rail system. So everybody's installing all of these. Aarsh, thank you. It's a pleasure.
Thanks, everyone.
As always, speak. Let's get a bot. I want a bot.
Yeah, a bot with Russian bot. You're on it.
I want a bot. I want a bot that goes out and negotiates for me. A startup bot. That's what we'll get. A startup bot. Aarsh is going to get rid of this woman. she comes up with crazy ideas.
Okay, thanks, everyone.
I'm going to make humans. I'm going to turn bots into humans. They're cool. The more you play with them, the cooler they get. So anyway, Ketul, do you have a bot? Do you have a chat bot?
No, meaning I don't right now, but I used to work on that in the past. So that's why I want to see the demo. I think I saw the note.
Yeah, you saw the demo. I just think they're cool. Ketul has works for a payment company.
FinTech.
The electronic payments, which to me is taking over the world, right? Everybody's making payments online.
Yeah.
So
and especially like now, all the restaurants are opening. We talk about the hotel businesses and we talk about airlines, but now the restaurants are opening. And what's your experience? Like how you guys are comfortable going, to the restaurants and especially dine-in experience?
Nope, not me. I'm not going anywhere. I'm gonna wait and see what the impact is before I go out. I had to go to court Monday, and I was scared to death. And that was the first time I drove through town since March 4th. And the whole town, well, because of our riots, the whole town is boarded up anyway. So, but you bring up something. There was PayPal was hosting I think it was PayPal was hosting a hackathon when I was in Vegas one year at another convention, and these kids came up with this payment app, electronic payment app. That's what they were trying to do, was come up with, and it was an electronic payment app where you could do dash and dine basically, right? You walk in, you that this is what your order is when you sit down, and you pay, and from your app you just get up and leave. You don't have to give your credit card. You don't have to. And I thought that was cool. I've never seen it after the conference. I would like to see that kind of app.
Actually, it's very like, now it is available, like, in majority like big restaurants now, especially like all this new trend, like new normal situation, and especially the customer like you, Kimberly, like you said, no, I'm not comfortable going to restaurants. So they are basically attracting those people and make sure that, they come and all like, all their safety measures and all those things, all the restaurants, they want to be in the business now.
And, well, they do. And our buddy who works with us here at IBM.TV, he is doing a show called Out and About. And actually, when Fan came up with the idea, just as COVID hit, we were going to start going out and about to the restaurants like you're talking about, and the events, and we do this quick TV show, almost like a TikTok. Here I'm out here, da da da, and then air it. And so we never got that launched. And then Zach said, you know what, I drive a lot through town, part of my business. I'm going to go out and start engaging businesses, talking to the people. Is that okay? And I'm like, heck yeah. Just be careful. When he does, he wears his mask and everything. And so that's what he's doing, is he's going out and about and talking, like you were saying, talking to the businesses, encouraging people. This is who's open, right? Is that what
Yeah, exactly. But on the other side, like, a lot of people have like all these questions, right? That, how the new normal is going to be, in the restaurants. What am I going to do there? How am I going to experience the food and facility and all those? So that's why I just want to use this platform, to, put down some information and some ideas that I never shared in the past with anyone, but, probably on your channel, I can share that. So the whole point is like in the restaurants now that, you normally you go with your friends, right? And obviously you're going to maintain the social distancing and the face mask and hand sanitizers and alcohol wipes and everything. Paper menus available, that use and throw kind of thing,
We have this little checklist, right? Because I joke with Nick right now because, in the beginning, everybody was talking about, there's, vaccines are coming. And I'm like, I'm not going to have a vaccine because it's too soon. There's no way you can test it. And so we have to do these things. But there's the vaccine and I'm like, this isn't coming, Nick. The vaccine's not coming. We got to do the smart things, do the checkoff list, wear a mask. Nick and I, when we went to court, which was quite an experience to be in court during all of this. There was no clerk of court there. There was no reporter. There was no bailiff, no police officer, no police officer. They had the benches roped off, so only you could sit in 2 benches. It's a huge courtroom, courtroom. And the judge came in with a mask. I thought, God, I'm not going to be able to hear him. But you could. He spoke. He's very articulate, so there was no problems understanding him. But some people, when they're talking in a mask, you can't hear them. But Nick wore his N95. He wore his N95. I wore my mask, and we got the job done. But one of the things I was trying to understand is a lot of people aren't showing up to court, but how do we collect our money, right? How are payments made, even though this isn't your area of payment? But then, then my brain starts going to that route. And then when we were driving through town, usually whenever Nick and I finish something in town like that, we would always go eat at our favorite restaurant. We have a favorite restaurant down there. And it's not open, right? Because they only allow, takeout. They only allow takeout, and or you sit outside, down outside. And there's not enough room on the sidewalks down there to put. Now they have outdoor dining upstairs, but you have to go through the restaurant and to the upstairs.
So now you will see that, because most of the restaurants are planning to reopen or it's already open. Yeah. And you see all this safety measures that they will take, on their part. But regarding the payments, everyone wanted to have a very minimum, interactions between the servers and the customers,
Exactly.
Basically go with touchless payment, everything should be I don't want to touch anywhere, sit there, eat, and,
because you still have to pay like this, right? And even if I put it in that machine, how many other people grab their card, put it in that same machine in your hand? Your card is now touched their card that went into that machine, right? So now you got to have a sanitary. So people think I'm crazy. So when they touch your card and they put it in the machine, and then I put my card in that machine, I pick up all their junk. So. But also if they touch the machine and I accidentally touch it, if you have to key in the numbers, even though they got the plastic on there, everybody touched the plastic. So now I got to get my wipe out. I got to wipe my card down. Got to wipe my hands down. So yeah.
So what if I give you the use case, that what the industry should do, or if they are already doing it, that would be more advanced way to do that is let's say you go out, we all go out to the restaurants for dinner. Right, we went to the favorite restaurants, and now we are sitting on the booth 6 feet, distance with each other, and we are talking, and now here is the first piece of information is more important, the menu. How do I get the access of the menu? What the servers do, right? So now majority restaurants are printing out paper menu, use and throw. But I wanted to save those expense or the paper menu, right, or the recycle stuff. So how am I going to achieve that part? So I'll explain that later. Once I'll go through the flow. So let's say you get the menu, you order your favorite dish, and then you remove your mask and enjoy your meal. Now you're done with your meal. You put the mask back, sanitize your hand. Everything is done. Now the payment part comes. How are you gonna make payment? So what if the nice looking device, like the point of sale system, come to your table? Sitting on the table, all you have to do is the contactless payments like Apple Pay, Google Pay, Samsung Pay. These are all very famous. Or as I mentioned on my last call, QR code payments, basically from your phone. So all you have to do is take out your card, right? Tap on the machine, or on that touchless kind of thing, contactless, and then make the payment, or open your phone, scan the QR, and make the payments, right?
That's right. I like it.
Pay at the table solution is now going to take over the entire restaurants business, because nobody is comfortable like giving out the card, go to the back back to the restaurants and do the entire transactions and then bring the check. You had to sign. Nobody wanted to do any of this.
I wish Nick was here. He could help me remember who those little boys were. That it was young college boys that made the app for the Dash and Dine, which I thought, or Dine and Dash. I thought that was brilliant.
I did that hackathon too.
Nick, I just wish you were here. You're like the genie in the bottle. I wish Nick was here. Boom.
Poof. I re-arrived.
So, Nick, you remember the Dine and Dash app guys that we met at Money 2020? Remember that app? Those young boys, we interviewed all of them.
Right.
And you remember that app? And it was so that you could go into a restaurant and you didn't have to pay.
Oh, yeah, right. No, yeah, it was. Yeah, you could. I thought that was the wave of the future. What about it?
It didn't go anywhere for them. We thought it was going, but then we have Google and PayPal and whatever, right? Apple.
Yeah, it's fintech concept.
But again, I like the idea of having maybe a QR code or something. I scan when I get there, but I don't have to do anything. I'm done.
Eventually it'll take place. I mean, and I'm not sure if the Google and PayPal are going to dominate that market space. By the way, or Apple or Amazon, but it's a real big problem right now with these major companies, and there's one word to describe it legally: antitrust. And watch what's going to happen in the next year or so, depending on where the election goes in the United States. They're going to be faced with huge antitrust lawsuits because of their market dominance and in multiple sectors. Well, it's even like television. Apple, we've gone over this. Apple TV, okay, owned by Apple. YouTube TV, owned by Google, right? I'm missing something. Amazon Prime, owned by Amazon. What the
Instagram TV, owned by Facebook. Instagram TV owned by Facebook.
Really? They have Instagram TV owned by Facebook. Okay. What the heck are technology companies doing owning the media? Okay, I mean or the new media. I guess we could call it the new media, and without having to be faced a consolidation and a serious challenge in antitrust. Now, this administration can do jack, so they're okay. The next administration may look at this a little differently and say, you have too much concentration of economic power in too many places. Theoretically, antitrust is you have a lot of economic power in one place. But if you look at it even in one place, what search engine do we have? Google. What about the other ones? They're hanging on like that. What about social media? Facebook. We talk. Hopefully, we'll start coming up, but I will tell you that there's a serious problem with everybody on Facebook, and there's no other source of media out there. A serious problem relating to potential future antitrust cases because there's no one other competitor in these market spaces, and so what they do, they jump in, and now all of a sudden they're in media. So I think we're going to see some now it's not going to happen with this administration, but the next administration and the next attorney general may see this differently. That's one reason in a fair economy, which we're not in, Ketul, fair economy, an independent corporation would dominate the space, or at least have a lot of space in terms of making payments as people enter and exit a restaurant or enter and exit any place. But in a concentration of wealth economy, which is what we have right now, the majors will go, hey, we'll either buy it, we'll develop it, or we'll squeeze you out. Yeah. Right?
Exactly. Yeah. No, I completely agree.
Am I missing something, Counselor?
And Nick, to add on that, I'll tell you, apart from owning the media channels, apart from owning the media, they're also buying a lot of telecom companies around the world. They're also payment gateway because payments, and media, they have all those industries.
And media, and which Alexander knows very well from Russia, media controls what you listen to and then controls what you think. Hermann Göring was great at that. What was he, the German dude who controlled the media? And then in Moscow, they had Pravda, The Truth, and here we have and you can watch it even what's happening in the United States. The Well, all the media is about who's this guy, Floyd. Okay.
Yeah.
There was, I believe, 35 people were killed in Chicago and during the riots. Totally ignored. 85 people were shot Sunday evening. Totally ignored. Why? Because the media needs that one thread. They will not move to another conversation at all. They're going to bleed that one conversation. But what it does, it controls what we think and how we operate and what we do. It's a very
Exactly.
powerful.
Completely agree, Nick. And that's why I always blame media for what content like they should show and what, like, mainly, like, if you turn on the TV, like, you see like all those the news stuff, which is like not educating or educational anything for the improvement of the community, but they all about like like basically like going against like educational points, and what they feel that want to show this to you and basically put everything into your brain. That is only content that we are showing.
But you're exactly correct. Correct.
Yeah.
In other words, the thing is, remember, you are what you see, do, experience, and hear, and the things you hear from different sources. But like, what was it that there was something today about what CBS was doing through Viacom, and they controlled Viacom, and CBS controls that, and they're all interrelated. As a matter of fact, I think the media right now, it's like 5 major media channels control all the information that you're seeing. Okay, which is kind of interesting, and we know that WeTalk, that's trying to compete with Facebook, it has a hard pull trying to get up. In other words, how can they get up to second place? And then Facebook, a friend of mine found out he got blocked. I've been blocked. They're right now controlling if you got blocked. If you don't pull the party line on Facebook, they block you with bots automatically. There's no judge, jury, execution. They just execute you, and legally they may actually have the right to do it because it's a private web service.
And I can't say this word. Everybody knows if I say a certain word, they knock me off air. Like literally, people see me knocked off air. They've seen me every time I say this word.
Yeah. See now, Alexander Starr, who grew up
that is a very serious problem all over the world. In anywhere.
I agree.
China, mainland China. I'm not even sure if we're actually even broadcasting because we may be blocked. Because I think we what do they call it? We subcontract through YouTube, and they block YouTube or something weird like that.
One of the things I'm excited about, though, is we are bringing on board some interns, and one of the interns is going to be able to promote for us in China and get our TV show.
We're going to see. We're going to see. Okay.
Well, hopefully she won't get banned, but
see, Alexander Starr, who's from Moscow, is used to that. In other words, he grew up in Russia. They had Prada, The Truth. They got fed the same line, but unfortunately, he was one of these crazy independent chess player thinkers. So he bolts and goes to Canada. And I remember there were a lot of them that were bolting because I ran with Bermuda International. And I asked, I think it was Sergey Kudrin or one of them, I said, well, why'd you leave Russia? He goes, what's the difference between living in heaven or living in hell? He really didn't like living in Russia. I was going excuse me, the old Soviet Union. Okay, but see, they're kind of used to that state-controlled media stuff. We're not used to it, or some of us don't even know it's going on, and it's not the state doing it. It's private industry.
You hit it right when you
private
said
industry
that
is controlling your thoughts. Did you know?
So you have diversified media channels in the United States, but get worse. The last cruise ship that I did ride because coronavirus in Latin America, there was only one new channel on Celebrity Cruise, which is part of Royal Caribbean. There was a Fox News channel, nothing else. And then coronavirus already hit big in China and Europe or so on. On Fox TV, on say probably February 28th, they were saying that everything is under control, everything is wonderful, and the United States is doing a great job, and there's nothing to worry about it. And Donald Trump said this about the same thing. And at the same time, so I was watching that news channel, right before the dinner. So we stopped for dinner, met our friends who happened to be from Israel, and we started to discuss what's news about coronavirus. And they said it's a horrible thing. It's spreading. There are a lot of cases where people just die. And in fact, in Italy there is a great threat that flights from Israel, from Rome to Israel, they're no longer being accepted. So you have to actually going to quarantine. I said, wait a moment, I just heard to Fox News. They denied that anything happens. Absolutely nothing. Everything is under control. So they looked at each other and told me, Sasha, could you please take your Fox News and put it where? Okay?
So why, again, it's all like Nick.
How do you like this? Coronavirus cure finally found the national requirement by millions of people in the United States. And here it is, the death toll. Worldwide deaths, 3,000, American deaths, 11 and counting. Okay.
The corona vaccine virus is right here. Right. And they made it in chickens, right? They have been manipulating the coronavirus in chickens for years to come up with a vaccine for chickens. Okay. So, and that was being done in China at the time that the coronavirus broke out.
Okay, you do know.
Had a food conference right there at the same time.
Gone with the Wind, which won the Oscars in 1939. It was pulled by HBO. It was politically incorrect now. Gone.
Yep.
Okay, so the thing is, it's very interesting to watch the media and what you're fed and what you're not fed and what you watch and what you don't watch. But the stark reality is there are private companies that really control your thoughts.
So you'd rather have government control our thoughts?
No, I didn't say that. What would you like to do? No. What I would like to have, Alexander, and this is what if you ever take a class in antitrust, is actually to have a whole group of different types of media and on a more egalitarian basis. In other words, where people actually have more different types of media to choose from. In other words, it's in a competitive environment, not controlled by the government, not controlled by private industry, rather than concentration. Because if you look at social media, the dominant player is Facebook. Name the number 2 player in social media right now.
None. Facebook number 1, number 2, and number 3, and they have a certain design where they encouraged people to become aggressive and put all kind of annoying posts and so on. And whoever does that most, they reward them with some point system, something else. So people becoming very abusive, very aggressive, and that's what's been encouraged. Then whenever you do posts and reposts or so on, all that has been encouraged. But I want to tell you different examples. For example, about the same time, Google acquired YouTube and Microsoft acquired Skype. Now, since YouTube became a dominant, entertainment communication platform, which is doing extremely well. There is no single day where I wouldn't go to YouTube either to listen music or to listen to programs. Or even if I want to try to listen to IBMTV, where would I go? To YouTube, of course. Now, Skype, it was a wonderful way to communicate a few years ago, and that was the only one that I knew at the time. And now it became, after acquisition by Microsoft, it's becoming more and more cumbersome, and they do all kinds of improvements all the time. And each time you want to get back to Skype, you have to register and re-register. And essentially, I have a feel that they just killed it for some reason. I don't know why. I still use it, Skype. I'm going to use it Saturday for a chess contest. But I'm going to tell you, I'm very, very unhappy with Skype.
But on top of this, what I would like to say is, why people are using YouTube and why people are using Google, because you can find any information on it. It's not like only certain information that you can find and not. Like, for example, if you want to fix your tire on your car, you can also find on YouTube as well as on Google. You can you can search like how to make curry. You can find on Google, you can find on YouTube, but the certain players, like for example, the same information is floating on Facebook, same information is floating on Instagram, same information is forwarding on WhatsApp, because everything is controlled by the same company, so and they are the one who want you to see this, not the other content.
Sure.
And same, I would like to link with my favorite topic is like, the payments on exactly on this scenario, that there are a lot of old and big companies out there who has very old, like a dinosaur kind of, system. Is they are pushing really hard to the customers, and the customers or the merchants only able to see that particular system, what that system can do, what that system cannot do. Other than that, they don't have vision outside of how the other the payment options are available. So that is exactly the same thing, like what the big players in the industries, what they want to see, what they want you to feel, that is exactly how we feel and how we see, and that's why, like, there are a lot of players, the new players out in the market who gives like a lot of advanced solution, or who are capable of providing a lot of advanced solution. Probably like Nick, you missed that conversation about the restaurants that I was talking earlier before you joined, that, restaurants are opening, how the new normal is going to be, so a lot of like paper menus are available, and a lot of other things are available, right? Hand sanitizing, alcohol wipe, mask,
right.
the pay at the table device is also available, right? The entire point of sale system, bring to your table so you can pay at the end.
Right.
Instead of giving to the cashiers and or the servers, and then they go back and do the payments. But the other thing about the menus, as I was mentioning, like, paper menus are like now available in majority dine-in restaurants, right? And that is like increasing cost for dine-in, like, to print out those papers and like, recycle it and increase the trash or recycle part. So how to avoid that as well? And that is what earlier I mentioned, that, this is a cool idea that, I'm sharing with IBM TV right now, that there is the other way to do the avoid the paper menus, is like, any customer walk in to your restaurants, as a dine-in, all you have to do is, meaning there's an idea behind it, like, you can open your phone and give the missed call to a certain number. As soon as you give the missed call to that number, that you get the text message with the menu on your phone, and open the menu and see what you want to see and order it from it, and then basically, avoid the paper menus and the cost behind it. That is the thing to do. About the payments, I mentioned that, QR or the contactless payments. Yeah, Ankit.
And to add on that, what we can do is, if you give a missed call, there will be a voice call, and that person will explain the menu. That is also possible, because that's happening in India.
Yeah,
a lot of
that is
if you
great,
visit
but
you just have to give a missed call, and they will one of the recorded calls will call you on your number, and they will explain you what's going on, or maybe giving you the menu or offers or things like that.
But that is like a little bit challenge as I see, because when let's say we all are going to the restaurants, right, for dining, is to like eat and talk and discuss, right? And I don't want to be on the phone like listening the menu for like 5 minutes.
I understand. Yeah.
But
so Ketul, I'm telling you that there are a lot of use cases based on the requirement. People can use it. It's a use case basically, and I tell you, India is one of the biggest democracy. Everyone is aware about it, and whenever there's an election, before election 1 month, we are getting a lot of calls from different people talking to us that please vote for me and this and that and all those things, and that's a 10-minute conversation, and then they record it. So,
I want to tell you something, because today's a startup day, right? So I'll tell you about someone I know about 20 years ago, maybe 19. He raised $2 million on a startup. So what his idea was that in a restaurant, there would be a small railway that would go through all the tables where people are sitting. There will be a little train coming, and in that train would be a menu. Then the same train would deliver you a food that you ordered, and everything would be done. Then, of course, you pay by credit card or so on. So you don't have waiters, you don't have a menu because the menu will deliver it to you, and everything was wonderful. And he raised $2 billion. So this restaurant ideas, they're quite fruitful, and there is a huge field of investors who would like to invest in food business improvements.
Yep. And there is also like one more requirement that comes from the health officials, now, especially to all the restaurants, that they have to keep track of all the customers that who eats in restaurants, so because of like the COVID situation, they have to keep track everyone's, like if it's you know uh already faced the virus in the past, or if it's like walking again in the restaurants and where they eat and all that. So they wanted to keep track of that. So I think that way, like you get your customers information if they give you the missed call for the menu, right? And by that, like you get the customer information based on phone number, and basically that number you can also use in the future for any promotional activities. So there are a lot of ways to do this. And especially like in right now the situation is like all the restaurants, they want to attract the customers to come, sit in their restaurants and eat again after the whole situation, and not everyone is very comfortable with that. So there are a lot of other ways that the payments can help in the restaurants, and that's why I said, like um, we can help, like the way the any restaurant businesses, right? If it's a big chain or the medium or smaller chain of the restaurants, we can help them build the custom solutions the way they want, right? If you want, like, okay, text me the menu, we can do it. If you want, like the little device that keeps scrolling up and down and show the menu, we can do that way as well. Plus, taking the payment is also a lot of other ways, like QR payments or contactless, or basically the touchless is the new normal world that I see in the payment.
And Ketul, I think we can also call it an hygiene payment rather than a touchless payment, because if you talk about hygiene and clean payment, people would be ready to use those payments.
Exactly, yeah. So not only the hygiene precautions that we take care in the restaurants, but also the payment portion is also hygiene.
Yeah, that is what I'm saying. Yeah, without touching anything, maintaining your hygiene, you can still pay an amount.
Yep, exactly. I think there are a lot of different use cases and a lot of technology out there, and that's why what we offer is like let's discuss, sit on the table, right, and discuss about how you want your business to run. In terms of.
But there is one more thing we can do. If someone still wants to pay by card, you should have those card sanitized machine on the restaurants.
Yeah,
so
it's already available. I saw the Ingenico is a very big brand in the US and all over the world, right? They have the devices which has the UV lights on top of it, right?
UV lights.
Basically, sanitize your machine. So that is also other ways, to do. There are like so many ways, like so many options are available now. And the most important is like, everyone has to adopt all this if they want to survive in the business, because otherwise the customer will not come, or customers are pretty knowledgeable now, like where to and what to do. And I think the mobile payment will be the next big thing now in future. That is what
completely. And Ketul, I also wanted to know about Vegas. We were discussing about Vegas and casinos. So how a casino works in the payment structure? I mean, how they take the payments and what kind of payments, things they are using in the casino. Do you have any idea?
So normally what they do, like, they have ATM machines, right? That, people take out the cash and then they pay. So a lot of like, the paper bill is like very high useful now in casinos. So what they do, not like, the solution is not in the market, but, a couple of big casino groups are discussing about how we give, like, some kind of a device, like, or some kind of like a bracelet, can wear, and then you can tap, and that bracelet has money in it, so you can play to any machines if you want to, right? Or the roulette, like you can tap, and then you get the like digital thing, like instead of having like your paper bill all over the place, or like inserting, taking out, and so everything is then built on your the little gadget, which is like you can carry in casino. So it's obvious, it's like a lot of like it may be like an expensive thing to adopt, but it's going forward, like you have to reduce this paper bill in casino because it's not sanitized. You are carrying everywhere. So many people touched that bill in the past, and it's a new world now.
Most of
So
them, they want you to convert cash to chips, and then you play with chips. You don't really play with cash anymore. And
like all the slot machines accept the cash, majority.
Really? Yeah.
Yeah, like you have to insert the cash in it first, and then you can play with
I guess the problem is it's very expensive to convert.
Exactly.
But chips are not safer than cash.
Yeah, that is what I asked. Yeah, chips also not.
Alexander, tell the people on Bitcoin about that. What do you think Bitcoin is? It's a poker chip.
It's a poker chips, yeah.
And the thing is, let's face it, if you have poker chips from Las Vegas, it's easily transportable from country to country without telling anybody, and that's called Bitcoin. It's kind of a cool thing.
I'll tell you something. In India, we have a lot of kingdoms before Britishers arrive and things like that. So every kingdom has their own coins, and we call them as asarfis. And these are they were the bitcoins at that point of time, and now they have just converted the name. And we still have a lot of asarfis and bitcoins from different parts in a museum. So you can have a bitcoin from north to south, east to west, and people were used to barter it based on the reputation and goodwill.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, but I think ultimately they're going to spend the time and the money to convert. It's just like Ketul was saying about the restaurant industry. Ultimately, it may take some time, but let's say you have a person who owns a restaurant. What is their downstroke, Ketul, to set up a payment system like what you're discussing? How much do they have to pay now to get that system set up?
So it like, let's say like, if they have, a big restaurants chain, right? That they wanted to establish like an entire new payment experience, right? So obviously we need some development, on that. So basically like, it takes time, right? And the money for us, right? And then probably the solution will be available. So it's like initially like, we are trying to help the restaurants businesses, right? In order to not providing like expensive system for them. But initially like, the time and money should be there, right? Somebody has to spend that money in order to build the solution for them, the very customized. Now, like, let's say like, they want like 100% custom solution for their restaurants, right? We already have like 60 or 70% out of that 100 is already available through, because we are keep innovating ourselves with the new payment option. You already have 60 or 70% is already available. So only thing is like we have to develop like few 20% of the new edge cases, like as I mentioned, right, that the paper menu portion, right? Let's say if they want it, right, to avoid that paper menu and that like the missed call part, obviously there needs some development effort from our side, like to miss call and then throw the menu on their mobile phone. So little bit work needed from that angle and the money wise, but our goal is to like try to give them like more flexible options, so it won't be expensive for them or any restaurant businesses. And also like there is a lot of MyCheck solution that we have available. MyCheck is one of the company that Shiji owns, and that is mainly on the e-com side, and that has a lot of advanced way of the payments available through e-com, and like the text messages, and they can design your website, and within like 4 weeks you have your system ready, and it's not that expensive either. Like it's less than like $100 a month to use that solution. So there are a lot of reasonable options available as well in the market, but it depends on like how you want your restaurant business to have a new payment options for that.
So, Ketul, I have a question about payments basically. So, suppose I'm paying at your restaurant and you are offering some cashbacks or some credit notes. So, can I get the credit note back in the form of payments, or how that works? Because a lot of restaurants give coupons, or maybe they give you cashback, or they give you offers. But I want the credit back on my wallet or on my bank. How that works with CG?
So if I understand your question correctly, like you want the cash back or you want the offers?
I run a restaurant and you pay me $100, but every $100 if someone spent, I give them $10 back in a form of a coupon or in a form of any kind of offers or things like that.
Okay.
Yeah, but now you want that money back in your account. So how that those transactions will work on your platform?
Yeah, so there is the point system is also available, right, within my so let's say like you spend $100 and you the restaurants wanted to give you like $10 coupon, for your next visit, right? So you already have your app. Like for example, let's say there's a sandwich place here called Pot Belly, right? So they also have an app, and every time you spend through the app, you get some vouchers, that you can spend in the next time. So basically, the electronic money that's sitting in your app, so you can use it next time. So that is like it's not like something new that do that, right? So we can also build, and Shiji has that.
I'm trying to understand that can we consolidate it, all those things on CT platform, because I can't download hundreds of apps just for getting the vouchers and getting the offers.
Yeah, so that is the other thing. Like I did that on hackathon in my previous company. That let's say there are like so many different merchants available, right? And everyone has their own app, right?
Yeah.
And everyone has their own reward in their system. How are we going to consolidate everything in one app, right? So basically, let's say like we have an idea that, like, let's say Shiji solution is available all over the place, like in stadium or like in hospitality industries or restaurants, right? Let's say if that system is processing the transaction through Shiji, right? So we can also, build an app which is like a Shiji app will work anywhere. Like you go wherever the Shiji solution available, and take the payments through the app, right? And then we keep track of everything. So basically, one app will work all the different channels, right? And basically you collect all points which is from all the channels. But like for example, your Starbucks rewards, right? And if you want to move that Starbucks reward to my Shiji stuff, right, that is actually is not in the scope right now. It's hard to build that portion, because you have to have a mutual partnership with the Starbucks in order to collect that points into that. So that is like not possible at this moment, but our target is like going forward, that this is what we want in the future, like consolidate all the different, like for example airline industries, right? You have a Delta points, you have a Southwest points, you have this points, that points, right? How are you going to combine all the points in one account, right? So basically you have to have an integration with different the airline industries to collect that, and that's other thing. But you have to have your solution available all over the place in order to collect the points. So our main goal right now is like to step into the different merchants in order to first put all the merchants into the Shiji group, and then we can have those solution integrated, that how to integrate the different point system.
Is the CG group, are you mainly interested in the restaurant business, or what industries are you looking at to have the payment system installed in?
So we have like a lodging industries, we have like a lot of big customers from lodgings like Hyatt, Marriott, and a lot of other brands are already using Shiji. We have restaurants also using Shiji. Stadiums are using Shiji, like all the stadiums in US. And then we have a lot of other normal mom and pop shops are also using Shiji as a site. So there are like we are like everywhere, and wherever you want payment processing will be there.
Really, how much payments does CG process in a year?
So I think I already shared that, like, we have big numbers that, we process. As I said, like, that easily, like, millions that we process every day. The transaction you see all over the world. I'm not the US part, but all over the world. It's a millions of dollars that we process. I don't have the exact number.
Is the company publicly traded, or is it privately?
It is publicly traded.
Really? Okay. All right.
So you can find all that information, on Shiji websites, and it's publicly. It's investments is like pretty clear, like, publicly available. All that information, and all the products are also available. Like, even though if you are like a travel agent and you want the e-com payments is also available. If you are like restaurants, there is solution available. We have a lot of different partners that we work with, and that solution is like pretty, like, so we are not a merchant service provider. We are like a gateway provider, mainly in, like, or we are like a providing the product, which is like taking your payments, like point of sales or PMSs, or prices is also available through Shiji. So we are like pretty different, vast variety of products available.
Right. Okay. So would you even set payments up for law firms?
We can, like, anything we can do, right? It's just like we don't have any customers at the moment.
I got a better one. Can we collect judgments on it? That's what I want.
You're still looking for that.
Judgment, you connect it to this electronic payment, and you zap them. I'm just kidding.
Not that easy. Okay, but you could work with law firms and professional service providers like medical doctors and things like that.
Yeah, so we don't have any customers at this moment that I can think of about the law firms, but nothing is impossible, on that, because at the end, right? It's a payment, right? You have to.
Right, it's a payment.
Yeah.
The first, you can have the first national pension.
Well, actually, see, my company, we have a provider that does that for us, but I don't really run my company anymore. So I have to ask the president of the company, who do we use? I have no clue. All I know is that we used to collect checks all the time, and then our clients wanted to pay in credit cards. And I was going, well, I guess we got to set up a system so we can collect credit cards. So they set up a system there. What?
You can ask them how they.
I'll ask them. I'll ask. I usually meet with them once a week. So next Tuesday, I'll ask Max who collects our payments for us. I know, but I did find out that there was a trend, because it used to be in law firms and professional firms, checks, and that was kind of about it. In other words, you just got clients' checks, but then clients have changed and they're more interested in paying by credit card. And so we just started accepting credit card payments. And so now we have, I don't know what percentage of our payments, I have to ask Max, are actually going through on credit card transactions. And that's the reason I asked about law firms, because I assume that they have the same issue, that people are now paying on credit cards as opposed to paying by check. Just the way it is. And no one pays lawyers by cash.
Well, and
if you do, you're going to be in serious trouble.
I don't know if a lot of people have experienced it lately, but PayPal has put up a lot of problems. I tried to transact a payment to someone that I worked with, and it was horrible. Like, they kept denying it, kept disallowing it, and there was somebody who's accepted payments before. It was a headache.
Did you, Ketul, do you ever run into Yapstone, or familiar with that company in the U.S.? Yapstone. They do all the payments for VRBO.
Yeah, they're just real estate.
They do a lot of real estate payments. That's the reason I want to know what lines are you going into, because Tom decided to go into real estate payments and apartments, and then moved over into VRBO, and I don't even know if he does Airbnb, but moved into that as his process.
So like Airbnb and all those, like, a lot of different, like, the channels to take or the reservation, and we work with like different channels on that part, to take the payment process or take the reservation and process, push down to the certain hotels and certain, the thing. But it's interesting, like, there are like a lot of places that we have to know in order to have like proper solution available, right? So we have to understand that whole business cycle, like this is the first point of the booking engine, right? And then the transaction goes to this particular server and then like process all the way to the end. But as I said, like that we are pretty open for like if we have a customer, right, even the law firm or like a hospital or anywhere, right, wherever they need the payments, like we definitely open to discuss and see like whatever the solution we can offer to them. I would love to do that. Try to understand first. That is what I always see. That let's understand them, like what the system they are using and how they want to do payments.
So here I got another one for you though. We're wanting to do movies, right, and payments on movies on our network, like pay-per-view. So maybe we can work out and work with you on how to do that, because we've kind of struggled on figuring out how to do that. So maybe you can work with us, because we're working with people who are doing movies. And we're taking a different approach, though. What we're doing is instead of like Netflix went out and bought out all the original movies that exist out there today, we're getting original content, right? So we're getting new original stuff. Anybody can go out and buy the stuff that already exists out there today, but we're getting stuff that's being developed today that's newer, that nobody
original content.
So
in
that's
different
what
languages,
we want to do.
that is what we're trying to do.
Okay, and you put all that movies on your server basically, and people can access.
Well, it may be through another server called RevShare Films is the name of the company that actually is going to aggregate all the original content movies from a lot of producers that can't get on AMC or can't get on, because see what happens, they put a lot of money into their production.
And actually, if anyone wants to watch a movie tonight, it's free. If you dial into they got a Zoom that they're going to be airing a premiere on.
Is that Destinova? Is that the one?
Destinova. Right. I was there at the filming. I was there. Okay. I was actually in the movie, but you won't see me. There's like way too much going on.
Yeah, you're an extra.
I was an extra.
Maybe we can discuss about movies and airline industry in our next discussion. How the payment works in the airport, airline industry, and movies.
Let's know how they can take your product or your services and turn it into a business. Let's do that. Let's show people how it's done. Let's just don't talk.
That would be pretty cool to see how we can install
it. Let's do it.
Films.
And everyone, let's, because I know we need to wrap up here, but definitely go to Henning Morales Facebook or on mine, and you'll find the Zoom number. And it's tonight at 6 to 8 Pacific time. So that would be 9 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Where are you at, Ketul?
Maryland.
So you're on my time, so it'll be 9 o'clock. So this is what I tell people: get your popcorn on, and watch a good movie. Henning is very inspirational.
He's a real Hollywood producer who's right now has a lot of production but no distribution because AMC is closed.
So are you able to share that link or whatever that is?
Yeah, I can share it.
Can you share it on our screen?
Yeah, let me type it here real quick.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I'll give it to you. Will you type it? It's Zoom US.
Well, type it in a little thing there.
/J/865 225 00706. And you can also go to my Facebook page. I will repost it today, or you can go to Henning Morales's. And if you miss getting onto the Zoom, like if you get there late, which he's got thousands of openings, but if you get there late because he shuts it, you can go watch it on Facebook. So you could go watch it at Henning Morales because he will air it on Facebook as well. So
like for example, this is really good. Let's say I put my the payment engine behind it, right, and all your subscribers, right. We can take that information and then we can process every month, so you don't need to worry about that part, the payment parts, and then we'll set up the merchant service account that, you get your funds there.
Yeah.
So it's pretty easy. Like, it's not that, but we have to understand the whole architect. Like, so we can design as a solid engineer. I can help design the whole, the payment piece on the back of your, and
Well, and the thing is that that part. We know what we want, so that's what makes a good team. But we're going to do it, and we're going to do it next week on IBMTV. We're going to not just talk about it. We're going to show you an example of how you can do this, so that it makes it easier for you to understand.
Yeah.
Because if you're not collecting money, you're not generating revenue. You're not becoming a prosperous company.
It's always a good idea to collect the check.
You gotta get the money.
You don't know where the money's going.
As I said, my only goal is to collect your money.
I like that idea. I like that.
My dad always said the best job in the world is the middleman, and if the money's passing your hand. So,
and if you're in retail, you do like to collect the check. I mean, you don't like not to collect it. Anyway, we're going to have to get wrap up because we got
wrap up and do our real quick, people, at 3:00.
Coronavirus से कैसे बचेंगे? हैंड होकर और ऐसे अपने खांसी जब आएगी तो ऐसे करेंगे अथू अथू और कोरोना वायरस को धन्यवाद हमारा म्यूजिक सुनने का।
That's a wrap for today's Startup Wednesday, and as Nick says, all startups show up this time as well. So it's a 100% success.
Yeah.
And thank you, Ketul, and thank you, Kim, thank you.
Thank you, and time to get on our airplane.
Watch Weed Wednesday after this. Weed Wednesday with Jeff Icon is really good.
We're gonna get on our airplane now. Get the airplane going.
All right, so
free.
When's our boss?
Credit cards, just some of them. I got lots of them.